That's not right. Here we go. Let me get myself up on here. Here we go, oh my god. Go to self. Go to that. Would you please? I need a radio. Where my music at? You never lost power. That's not good. Are your whole neighborhood? I thought you said I'm your neighbor, my bad. It's an excess grade. Is it because of the heat? I know Austin did it before a little while, like a couple of days ago. Something like 3000 volts. Yes, the prices are going up. I don't know what's going on with Solar, but it looks like it's opening off hard. Yummy fixes. Why aren't you letting me? Shiny piece of shit. Drop. It won't let me drop horizontal with the foot. Good enough. Where are we? Well, we made an investment in solar farm is going to be for near part of the city. Interesting. Do you know? Say and burn the cases. Let them up off of landfills. I got to turn this music down. Not optimal right now, but it's quick and dirty. We'll say do it for like hundreds of years or some shit. So say make me say that stuff. Let me amphetamines. And everything got all screwed up because fire your end for the game dev. I listened to a podcast about a landfill. Or just landfills in general. But yeah, it looks like solars are all off in the past couple hours. Went down to 0.000 megawatts. But when is performing ahead? Wind power by almost 2,000. Seriously. As if that's crazy. If when Wendy's. The lion is down the moon like a initial. It will cause an issue. I think Austin had to get because the lion suddenly died a couple of days ago. And there's like a substation that was needed to be repaired. I don't know. It's crazy. I'm going to be listening to videos about movement and stuff.
The second step is adding animation to a player based on that movement.
Market. That makes sense. Go. Downloading processing. There's a get stopping on my keyboard. Let this get in the warehouse. This probably needs to be bigger, right? Oh my gosh. We need environment. Yeah, we're in environment and we need to go to fonts and colors. I think we could even pick the Commodore 64 one. Apparently I didn't want me to. There we go. To want to fix the update. Void sites update. Void. Very pure wood. Very firewood. Very firewood void. You need to get out. If I stay here, will you lie with me? Navigate to input. Get accessor. Horizontal. Horizontal. Wow, why did the opposite? And then I actually say I did right. Who would have thought? Oh yeah, we're going to need to solve it, so we need to go public float. Move them in. Equals. Vector. What you scared of the viral and virals is? Don't be scared, baby, I'll take care of you. Did you hear about the Italian chef that died? He passed away. He passed away. Get it? He passed away. Oh, I've got an imagination. And I can see it. They have it on cell phones. Oh yeah. And then really what we need to do is set the move and in. Success. To get the accessor. Move and in. Why? Why? And then we can do move position. which doesn't get on that. See, the problem is they outsource their images. And then you have to pay for him. Oh yeah, and then if we go to our guest room, house let's go. But I am here, I need to regularize his body in. Am I supposed to do? Operator Plus is ambiguous on Emperor's type Victor. Let me Google it. Oh yeah, see you in a bit. One of these is a Victor too. Now and then assign everybody. And I want to freeze the wire rotation. No. I'm jumping. Needs to be the axis. Okay, let's make a new material. Now we're cooking with oil. I gotta put something on the video or something. It's still planning to fucking enjoy it.
Well, in hot right now. I don't know why. I got allergies or something. Let me get rid of those. Okay. Can we get the quiet assassin in here, Z?
Oh, baby, I'm down. Let me hit him up.
You think you'd be
Hit him up
down?
on the flip phone.
Bring back Modern Warfare 4 TTK. Modern Warfare 4 TTK. Was there a Modern Warfare? Oh, you're talking about COD, like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4? No. You mean Modern Warfare 1? Like, wait a minute. I'm confused. Modern Warfare 4. Rhino Don Pablo, thank you for the 8 months. Sebastian Olsink, thank you for the 4-9. Will we ever see Vis Respect again in the Apex Arena? Probably. Doc, just wondering, do you like your own brand? There's just something about steamy, acidic diarrhea farts that just make me feel at home, says Fava Bean with the 4.99. I do. Thanks for pointing that out.
Instead of podcast to download. But I don't think I have it on. Oh yeah, fuck that.
Oh, yeah, the Wraith skins. Yeah, hopefully it lets me buy it now, man.
Hey, and welcome to the short stuff. I'm Josh, and there's Chuck, and here's Jerry. And if you faint at the sight of blood or even discussions about it, you should probably stop listening now.
That's right, because it is a thing. It doesn't bother me. I don't love the sight of blood, but I'm not too easily grossed out. I can watch a surgery on TV, and I'm fine.
I like writhing naked in blood. That's how much I love blood.
Oh, good Lord.
Covering my entire gigantic body in blood.
Oh.
So anyway, because I can do that, I clearly don't have, Chuck, a particular phobia about fainting at the sight of blood. And that's really what the whole thing is coming down to, as we'll see. But fainting itself, and this particular kind of fainting, and this is the thing, like people actually do this. It's not like some movie or TV trope.
Right. Although it is that as well.
Yes. But when you faint at the sight of blood, there's a specific physiological faint that's going on. There's different kinds of fainting, and this one in particular is what's called a vasovagal syncope. And vaso refers to your blood. Vagal refers to the vagus nerve, which was played a huge starring role in our episode on what happens in the brain during an orgasm.
That's right.
The reason the vagus nerve gets a shout out in this name for this type of fainting is because it plays a role in controlling the speed and rhythm of your heart. And then syncope is just another word for fainting, for loss of consciousness.
That's right. We know some things and don't know other things. We know that it is a legit phobia. It's about 3 to 15% of people have this, where they faint at the sight of blood. And we also know that it's not just the sight of blood. It can be an injury that you witness, even like I think you pointed out here, like someone slamming their hand in a car, or it can be needle-centric, like if someone's coming at you to give you a shot, you can pass out. So the technical name for the phobia is BII, blood injury injection phobia.
Right. And it is a phobia because there's no real danger or anything to truly be feared from a hypodermic needle or something like that. Even though there is plenty of danger from it, it's still considered an irrational fear. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. You're not in a horror movie and they're not going to put it in your eyeball.
So, right. And so with phobias, BII is actually a peculiar type because with vasovagal syncope, you're fainting because your heart has slowed down enough that your blood pressure drops, which robs your brain of the very important blood it needs to function correctly, and you lose consciousness until your heart, regains a normal rhythm again, which it does on its own. And that means that BII is its own kind of phobia, because with most phobias, that's not how this goes down at all.
No. With most phobias, you're going to have a spike in your heart rate initially, and then that'll probably lead to like a fight or flight type of thing. It'll really ramp everything up. And with BII, you do have that initial very brief spike in your heart rate, but then it just goes, pew, and everything slows down and you hit the bricks, basically.
Yeah. So that makes it very strange. As far as they know, there's no other phobia that produces this effect, except for the blood injury injection phobia. But after digging a little deeper into this kind of odd malady, frankly, they found that not only is there a fear component like in other phobias, there's also a disgust component. And that people who have blood injury injection phobia are experiencing levels of disgust that are even higher than their levels of fear. So it's just a really strange phobia all around, and it does seem to be its own type.
Yeah, and it does, it's not funny, but it does make for funny moments in movies and TV shows when someone comes running into a room and sees something awful, and they go, oh my God, and that's the initial spike, and then, because it does kind of follow it scientifically, and then they just go, oh, and hit the deck. And it is a trope for a reason, but it is interesting in that, like, scientifically, that's kind of exactly what happens.
Right. So you want to take a break and then come back and talk more about BII phobias?
Ooh la la, do I?
Stuff you should know. Stuff you should know.
Okay, so one explanation for blood injury injection phobias is that it's a gene. It comes from some gene or mutation that's passed down. We don't know very much about it, but if you consider that that it is conferred genetically, that suggests that there's like an evolutionary aspect to this, that somehow it made sense through natural selection. but it seems like the opposite of what would make sense through natural selection. Like if you're approached with danger or injury or something like that, or you see someone else being injured, you would think you'd probably be in danger too.
Yeah.
And so running away really fast, fighting back, like you would think those would increase your odds of spreading your genes rather than fainting dead away. But there's actually a theory that says like, no, it kind of makes sense if you look at it this way.
Yeah, and it's a theory, but the theory goes that, like, let's say you're in a battle with Tuk Tuk in the gang, and Tuk Tuk gets clubbed on the head, and blood squirts out everywhere, and you go, oh, and you pass out and hit the rocks. Then the other invading, I don't even know what era we are with Tuk Tuk anymore. What would they be?
Tuk Tuk existed about 10,000 years before Utsi. So I'm going to say he existed about 18,000 years ago, prior to the advent of agriculture.
All right, but what were they called? Those weren't Neanderthals, were they?
No, they were modern humans.
Okay.
They just hadn't given themselves a name as far as we know yet.
All right, so the other modern humans, the invading modern humans, they run up at Tuk Tuk and Tuk Tuk's friend, who is now passed out on the ground, and they just think he's dead, and they walk right by him, like it's the old play dead during battle thing.
Right, which is okay. That makes kind
coward's
of
way.
sense if you stop and think of it. Yeah. The other thing is if it was Tuk Tuk himself who'd been injured and fainted at the sight of his own blood,
Sure.
because of that drop in blood pressure, he would be less likely to bleed out from that wound,
Yeah.
or would bleed out more slowly, which could in fact also save his life too. So
Not a bad theory.
no, it also kind of is, depending, but it's one of the few we've got, because we just don't understand it. Like we understand the physiological component about what happens with vasovagal syncope. It's how the sight of blood or somebody shutting their hand in a car door or a hypodermic needle triggers that. That's where we kind of lose our grasp on that. And one of the reasons why what would you say, like 3 to 15% of the population
Yeah.
has it? That's a
Significant.
really wide estimate too. Yeah, 15% is definitely significant, but 3 to 15%, that's a big gap between those two numbers, and it's a big gap in our understanding. And one of the reasons why we understand it so little is because by its very nature, that condition prevents people from going to the places where they could be treated and have their conditions documented and have estimates be a lot more accurate, which are like doctors' offices and clinics and things like that.
Right.
They avoid those places like the plague, because those are the places where people get stuck with needles and have blood drawn
Yeah.
and go when they have a huge gash in their forehead. Like they don't want to go anywhere near those places.
Yeah, because you go into that room and they say, well, let's see what's going on with you. Let me draw some blood after I slam my hand in this drawer looking for the needle.
Mhm.
And it's coming at you from all directions. So you're not going to go in there. You might even, it can be tied to something called medical procedure anxiety, which sort of speaks for itself.
Yeah.
So you're not going into any hospital. So it's really hard to get great information about this. But our old friend, cognitive behavioral therapy can help you out, according to WebMD. And there's a Swedish psychologist named Lars Göran Öst,
Nice.
who apparently is the best in the business. And it is, like with a lot of CBT, it's self-exposure. But what you do is, and this sort of makes sense, what they do is they tell you to, whenever you think of anything like this, and I think they start out by even saying, like, just think of driving to a blood donation center and put that in your brain. And you really want to tense up your muscles all at once, everything in your body, because that'll just get your heart rate going higher than it normally would be to get it elevated. And that's a way to combat. And then they just make it worse from there until they are basically playing doctor dress up and coming in with the needle.
Yeah, so they teach you how to stave off fainting. It's step one, right? And then after that, when they're exposing you, it goes from making you imagine you're going to get blood drawn to actually showing you videos of people getting blood drawn to, like you said, your therapist coming in like he's a phlebotomist with a syringe and a tourniquet and actually putting the tourniquet on your arm.
Yeah.
And the whole time you're just tensing your core so hard, trying to keep from passing out. And it sounds awful. And exposure therapy is awful when you step back and look at it, but it actually does work. And what they say is that possibly in as few as like 3 to 5 sessions of learning applied tension and then doing exposure therapy, you might actually be able to look at blood and not faint, which is really something.
Pretty good. I think if I was the therapist, I would dress up like Nurse Ratched. I would go full bore. And then, the person afterward would say, like, why are you wearing that wig? Why are you dressed like that?
Yeah.
And say, I don't know. I think it increases the anxiety is what I found.
I would dress up like the main character at the end of Promising Young Woman.
Oh.
That's what I'd come at you like.
Wowie, wow.
Yeah. Scary pink wig rubber nurse.
Yeah. That's, I'm trying to picture you like that. That's pretty
Stop.
frightening.
Stop that. I don't give you permission to picture me like that.
Well, there's a million people picturing that right now.
So one other thing, Chuck, the reason why, aside from like it's dangerous to just faint dead away, like you can hit your head, you can break an arm, all sorts of bad things can happen to you. But one other reason why it's important to get treatment if you do have a blood injury injection phobia is because, like you said, there's that medical procedure anxiety that keeps you from going into the doctor's office, and that means that you're not going in for like vaccines or
Yeah.
cancer screenings or wellness checkups because you're avoiding the doctor's office. So there's a lot of actual negative effects that it can have on your life. So if you do have that, maybe go check into getting treated, because apparently they've got it figured out and you can not faint at the sight of blood or a needle anymore.
That's right.
You got anything else?
I have nothing else, sir.
Well, then that's it for Short Stuff, and Short Stuff is out.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
I don't know about that one. what's up back at you. Yes, what happened? I had a land that goal and champion.
And you had to wrestle a massively complex
Squarespace. They have.
A production of iHeartRadio.
It feels like everyone has. I mean, everyone can do everything, but like
Mhm.
some feel like, oh, this should be so and so.
Let loud.
It just feels like a fit. And a new Livia, this would be a great fit.
Do you need to
and
be
you did a
quieter?
Killer job.
Agreed.
Because this is a tough one. Land acknowledgements is a controversial thing.
Okay, was a bad.
mainly because of the clunkiness in which it's carried out in most cases.
Oh boy, you just said a
Thousands of dollars too low. Now we're on.
acknowledgements. If you don't know what we're talking about, if you've possibly ever been to a Montreal Canadiens game,
Give us a bad
or-
example, like in character. I show up at a concert at a large venue.
And
it's
the guy,
the reunion of Poison and our buddy CC DeVille, and I'm at the
There we
Enormous
go.
Dome, and someone that looks like you walks out with a microphone before the show and go.
Okay. We acknowledge that this Poison show is about to take place on First Nations land, who are excellent stewards of this land, and on with the show.
Perfect bad example.
Yes, that was supposed to be bad. That
I
wasn't supposed to be-
want him
Yeah,
to
that's the
jump,
last
but
time
right
that
now
happens.
it's like flying.
Disagree. We always say that, and then there's something funny that comes up. But it's a serious topic because it's something that hasn't been figured out. It's still very contemporary. It's still very raw. It rouses a lot of emotions. It's a one of those points of the spear of like the culture wars in America, and from what I gather, Canada as well.
In Australia, New Zealand.
Probably, yeah. But the whole point of a land acknowledgement is to basically say like, hey, this land was probably stolen. It was probably taken from a broken treaty. The people who originally lived here were probably forced off the land. They're still in terrible shape in a lot of ways today compared to their white or black or Latinx or Asian.
I know gravity
ancestors,
exists.
right? And you
It's
know,
built
we
into
should
the
probably do
filing.
something about that. At the very least, we should acknowledge it and like keep them from getting erased from history. And it's in its ideal form. That's what a land acknowledgement
Since
is.
I'm using Mr. body,
There's a lot of people out there,
You
especially
can
in
sit
the
over here.
center, who don't want to hear that kind of stuff. They don't like that. It's snowflake stuff.
Mhm.
There are people left of center who
The
are like,
lion
that
don't
is
got to
the
be-
most vapid thing I've ever heard. It makes no difference whatsoever, and the fact that you're even saying it makes things worse than if you didn't say anything at all.
Yeah.
Like go back and just go away. And there's the people who are actually doing
What
these
the fuck?
acknowledgements, who very frequently are like corporate HR reps.
Yeah.
You know, who are doing it to like whitewash their company's activities elsewhere. It's just a mixed bag. But yet the reason why it's important is because there's some kernel there that is important, that makes sense, that makes it worthwhile and worth exploring, and not just tearing down, not just going ahead and doing rote, but actually like using it as a jumping off point for like
Right.
kind of re-exploring and revisiting history, and then hopefully creating redress to that.
Oh, well, the thing that's happening is the movement continues for never stops essentially.
Yep.
And Reddit.
Yes, and I'm wearing my very nice Little Orphan Annie cufflinks
It's
today
very
too.
nice
So she
indeed.
was staring back.
Until
at
I
me.
pick the button up,
All right, so we should dive into a little bit of the history here because if
there
you
is
go
enough to combat gravity.
Australia, thousands of years ago, you would find something called a welcome to country ceremony from indigenous people, which was sort of a protocol, a diplomatic protocol.
So
where a
if I
nation
may
or tribe,
just like
would
what
visit another person's land, and they would, the people that hosted them would have a welcome to country ceremony. It might have been a poem or a song. There might have been a smoking ceremony. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And in the mid 1970s,
There you go.
Australians started getting into this idea and this practice. And it was that year in 1976, there was a group of Maori and Cook Islander dancers who were coming. They were invited to come to a performance, a multicultural dance performance in Perth at the International Arts Festival there. And they
Mhm.
said, you know what? We're not going to come unless we are welcomed by the traditional owners of this land. In 1976, they said this. And
Pretty
there was
cool.
a performer named Richard Wally and a member of, and boy, I think I'm going to do my best with these pronunciations. I really, really tried this time and looked everything up
Me too.
because part of, the problem with a bad land acknowledgement is some dumb white person mispronouncing the name of a tribe or indigenous person.
Like this.
Do you want to give a go on this one?
This is your section.
All right. The troublesome part about the internet is you can find different pronunciations, but what I
Yeah.
landed on was in Western Australia, these were the Yungar people.
Very nice, Chuck.
spelled
Very nice.
Nyoongar. So they all agreed that this should happen. They got permission from the elders, and he welcomed the visitors. And this was Richard Wally in that language and sang a song from their people.
Yeah, and Richard Wally was a member of those people. So there was a legitimacy to him performing this welcome to country ceremony, welcoming these dancers who very rightfully and very traditionally said we can't really set foot in Perth unless we're welcomed. Like that's just custom.
Yeah.
And so it's
I
very
think
interesting
I
that you
need
can
to
trace
use the
this
force
back
and
to,
not just that they
this
to the move and me and
1976, and this one incident, this one happening, and it just kind of spread from there. It didn't like spread like wildfire or anything like that. It was pretty sedate. It was wrapped up in like midnight oil stuff throughout the 80s, that kind of radical politics, I guess you could say, to where probably people on the furthest left were the ones who were carrying out welcome to country ceremonies or having those performed at their events. And then in the 90s, Australia really started to kind of like self-reflect at its history of its treatment of Aboriginal Australians. And one of the things that kind of came out of that self-reflection was this idea that welcome to country ceremonies were like a really great way of honoring this heritage and kind of bringing Aboriginal culture back into Australian society where it had been so zealously pushed out for so long.
Yeah, and this sort of morphed over, I guess, between the 70s and the 90s in Australia to where the welcome to country was in some cases replaced by
and I had
land
been done by
an acknowledgement of country, which would, and this was in the beginning days, would be a short speech. Like we said, it would recognize.
yeah, that's essentially the first one you say.
In the 80s and 90s, it was sometimes an Indigenous person doing this, sometimes a non-Indigenous person doing this, and eventually the National Indigenous Australians Agency came up with
And the filing said he knows how to make right his body simply forces to each other.
Country thing, like do not do that unless you're an Indigenous person. And if you're an Indigenous person, you should only be doing it if it's your people's land that this event is being held on.
You can make it to where there's a delay.
A member of the land, what you'd be doing is an acknowledgement of country, which is just basically like what you would call
Like you can only push it every 3 seconds.
acknowledging that the land was originally owned, inhabited.
Or you also need to make sure that it's on the ground.
Indigenous group, or if you want to really just kind of
Or you will just jump up into the sky.
In Canada is where it took off in North America first, and this is not that long ago. This was about 7 years ago in 2015. Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission released a big report that year, basically addressing the residential schools and the removal, and we should do a episode about this for sure, the removal of Indigenous children from their families, and basically said this was a cultural genocide. And this is when Justin Trudeau was coming into office, and he was really big on, and during the campaign for sure, on reconciliation with Indigenous people as a big part of his platform and something he wanted to get accomplished in office.
Yeah, and so just like in Australia, the idea of land acknowledgements seemed to be a really good low-hanging fruit as far as kind of reintroducing the presence of Indigenous First Nation people into Canadian society.
I feel like that should work.
Not ignoring them, not erasing them from history, actually
Based on the documentation.
that took place here or there in Canada. But the thing is it also kind of like under
He will do it at sight someday.
which can be problematic, as we'll see too.
Yeah, for sure. It spread from Canada to the U.S. It trickled down south in the late 2000 teens. Is that how you would say that?
Sure.
Like 2017, 2018. In 2017, the U.S. Department of Arts and Culture, which sounds like a government agency, but it's not. It's an independent group. They published a guide to land acknowledgements for the United States.
Yeah, just check if they're against each other yesterday.
Downloaded more than 7,000 times. And he said, "One lonely beastie I be, all by myself I got nobody."
Very nice.
And very bad dad joke.
I thought it was a great joke. I didn't even think it was dad. I don't think you can make a dad joke about the Beastie Boys unless it's
you had one at the
how
ready,
beastly they are.
Written on your cuff?
Mm-hmm.
What was it? Can you say your version?
The King Ed Rock, that is my name, and I know the fly spot where they got the champagne.
I taught my daughter a line that was not something that a kid should say when she was like 4, and Emily was so mad at me. She was so afraid she was going to say it in kindergarten. And
maybe it's not enough for us.
I'll tell you off the air.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably not enough for us.
But now in the United States, you will find cities like Denver, Phoenix, and Portland that have adopted
Just of course, it's more accurate.
NASA has. You might have heard it at the Academy Awards or the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade or the Democratic National Convention. not the Republican National Convention.
No.
And so this is a thing that is kind of brand new if you look at a timeline over the past 3 or 4 years that America is treading into very gingerly.
Gingerly, awkwardly, keeps running into the door frame, all sorts of different stuff. And I think before we kind of go back into, why you would even do this and how you would do it, I feel like we should take a commercial break.
Let's do it.
In times like these, having someone you trust to talk to is more important than ever. But even the strongest people in relationships can hit a few bumps in the road. Having a dedicated Talkspace therapist can help. Talkspace Online Therapy has thousands of licensed therapists in dozens of specialties, including relationships, anxiety, depression, and more. For couples therapy, your struggles and challenges are unique. Whether you've been married for years, are re-entering the dating scene, or are trying to get comfortable being single, a Talkspace therapist can help you find the right tools and insights to help your relationship with yourself or someone else get stronger every day. With a combination of you can talk in a schedule that works for you without waiting on an appointment. Plus, Talkspace has security features to keep your conversations private and protected. Start the journey to happier, healthier relationships. Match with a licensed therapist today at Talkspace.com and get $100 off your first month with promo code PREMIER. That's Talkspace.com, promo code PREMIER.
Tired of feeling like someone's always watching you on the internet? Maybe advertisers know a bit too much about you, or you're concerned about the privacy of your identity. IPVanish makes you from your auditors to your bankers.
Like you could see it if you're in a beautiful like conference hall in like the woods in a kind of a beautiful remote area.
Oh, yeah.
I can totally see that. But I've also heard of these things being used on like conference calls and just at regular meetings in the
Obviously,
city.
the other people are demons and my people are holly.
The overall point of it is that if you are, if you're not an indigenous person,
It's not actually that everybody's just a demon.
thanking the people who used to live there in pre-colonial days for being stewards of the land.
Oh shit, I fell over.
Also are in some way, shape, or form, whether subtly or overtly, also acknowledging that violence is why they don't live there anymore, and violence by the white colonists and or the federal government. And then also, if you really want to make your land acknowledgement pop, you can say, and this is how we can build connections to these people who have been.
Why is it doing like that?
And it can get even more.
Nice method bar works fine.
And, it's a mouthful to get up before your work conference and talk about people being raped and murdered and displaced and treaties broken and the fact that the oppression of indigenous Americans is ongoing and the problem is far from solved. Like that's that's going to put a damper on whatever awesome energy you're trying to start with. So
if it's a sales conference or something.
Yeah. So people are trying to figure out the best way to do that. And sometimes, as we'll learn, it is a shorter acknowledgement where they will then point people to, hey, our company has this website or a page on our
scan
site.
this QR code.
Right. Probably.
Conservative media is boring.
You can really dive in and learn about what we can do. And this
Well,
is
media kind of should be boring if it's
for training programs with the people who once lived here.
Boom.
That is the ideal, is that it's a, there's actual something being done and it's not just words being spoken.
When it gets all sensationally less entertaining,
will end up, but it's been a little clumsy so far, like you said, bumping into doorways.
Just like garbage television.
Why people do land acknowledgements rather than just kind of like make their company look.
Oh yeah, that's how I'll propaganda is.
Even. I was not going to, but yes, you could use that word. One of them is to just show solidarity and support for the idea of truth and reconciliation.
And make it real simple for the masses to understand.
Up to go sell a bunch of mufflers? Well, TS, because I'm going to suck the air out of this room with this clunky land acknowledgement, and it's going to make them think a lot more than this, little page that you guys have on your website that 5 people are going to visit in the history of the internet. So I think there are some people who say like, yeah, that's exactly what it's supposed to do, is to kind of suck people into it. Also, another big thing is to kind of begin to repair relationships between American society and the indigenous cultures that have kind of been pushed out of American society and continue to be kept there. Acknowledgement of the fact that like the American government did a lot of really terrible stuff to indigenous people, in addition to enslaved people in the past, and that just by talking about it in random weird places makes people think about it. It keeps it from being erased. It actually does the opposite of keeping it from being erased. It kind of scribbles it almost like graffiti into everyday life of people. A good land acknowledgement could do that. So there's a lot of different reasons to do it beyond what I think most people who are opposed to land acknowledgements accuse people doing that of, which is morally performing.
Yeah.
It's more like exhibitionism is what a lot of people
Yeah.
challenge it with, and it's not supposed to be, at least.
That's right. So I guess we could talk a little bit about how you go about doing this to begin with. The first thing, there's something called the Native Governance Center, which is a nonprofit, native-led nonprofit that has resources for Native nations, and it's a good place to start because they will say, hey, if you go to do this, the first thing you should do is take a good hard look in the mirror as a company, and why are you doing this to begin with?
Right now, let me show you this is how the game is set up.
Forward thinking and acknowledging something in a sort of a blithe way.
After
that, after you
I am putting the move
yourself as a company, and you want to press forward.
What I am doing it is really faking is so it's
the Apple headquarters is built
here
on the land of these people because it says so right here in the sentence. So let me just type up a quick little thing, and we're done. It can be very challenging to
the axis is like this and the axis is like so I will feel like it and the axis was like this and the axis was like this.
The waters and the riverways, and
Why is
it's not as easy as you might think. So you have to really put in the work to really find this out. And as we'll see, one of the controversies is putting that onus on the indigenous peoples.
Like this is the axis.
And let them do this research for us. And we're not going to pay them or anything like that, but like
This is
they get it right? So they'll do it for us, right?
Yeah, I saw that compared to, so like a land acknowledgement is basically like a receipt that a thief gives you after stealing your stuff. But then having an indigenous group actually create the land acknowledgement for you is having somebody that you've just stolen from write the receipt to themselves on your behalf. That's ultimately what you're doing. Yeah. So there are actually like websites, there's apps that have been set up to help make land acknowledgement research a little easier. I found one, you can text your zip code to 907-312-5085. That is not a Rickroll or spam. I tried it myself. And it texts you back a name of like the group that you are that lived in your area.
That seems like The Simpsons, doesn't it?
Kind of a little bit.
And I can just simply afford.
Yes, but if you just if you, like you said, you just take that, copy and paste it into your land acknowledgement, and that's that, then you've just done something that's worse than not doing a land acknowledgement at all, which is an incompetent, inept, thoughtless land acknowledgement.
Right now it's very
worse than not doing a land acknowledgement.
Yeah, so after you've done your research and you have really found out the true origins of the people of that space that you're in, you should reach out to them. And like I said, not just dash off your own few lines on your computer, but actually get in touch with them and say, hey, I don't want you to do the work for me, but can we work together on this? And how
I get what you mean.
How much detail would you like? And it can be
now we're making your own type.
Follow their lead for a change and see what they want. And they said that that's a really good second step.
Yeah, and you might not be able to fit as much detail as you want to, or certainly everything you turn up in your research if you do decent research, because again, land acknowledgements and following kind of that tradition of welcome to country ceremonies, they go at the beginning of an event. And because these are such random events, from a corporate retreat to a Canadians hockey game, like it's bolted onto the front. There's no easy way to put it in there except to just do it. And so to take up a lot of space at the beginning of a Canadians game or a corporate retreat or whatever, explaining like the detailed history and like intertribal relations between, the people who lived on this land before, and then their dealings with the United States government, and like their removal, and what are they doing today? What can we do to help them? Like that's not what land acknowledgements are meant to be. But ultimately, for a satisfying, like decent, good land acknowledgement, you have to figure out how to distill that down into just a few sentences. It's almost like writing poetry,
Dude, retirement job for us.
So what we can do is when we push forward,
.com, and at the beginning of every single thing, Josh and Chuck show up and do a short stuff.
Right.
Just say,
and we just will make it just one button.
And bring this room down to its lowest point, and then say, thanks everybody.
Set up there, and then we'll do.
Write us a big fat check.
Copy.
We'll say short stuff out.
Short stuff is out, and so are we. Man, that could be a pretty good deal.
Yeah, I think you're right, Chuck. We actually, I was wondering what we were going to do in retirement, but now I know.
Just do that.
I have a real sense of security now. Thank you.
Sure.
So one of the things you're probably going to run into, though, too, Chuck, is you were saying like it's not as straightforward as, oh, this is the people who used to live here, I'm just going to copy and paste. You have to do some research, and when you're doing research, you're going to find out that there might be like more than one group that claims land to this. So that kind of opens up a whole kettle of worms too while you're making this, because the whole point of this is to acknowledge the people whose land this was. And if you suddenly have two groups who are saying this is my land, no, this is my land, you're a non-indigenous person about to step in to kick your event off right, step into a hundreds of years old hornet's nest. You really have to be careful. If you're going to do this right, you need to understand a lot more than what it takes to just write a few sentences. Again, I just really wanted to hit that point.
Yeah, and it can go beyond just land acknowledgement. There's also something called land and labor acknowledgement, where if you do your research, you might find, all right, there were the indigenous peoples that lived here, but then this very town, this very city, was sort of built on the backs of enslaved Africans, and that's the only reason why this place is a place now. So let's include that. The University of Chicago's Land and Labor Acknowledgement mentions the 4 native nations that were forcibly removed in what is Chicago and what is now Chicago, and that the university was built on land donated by a man named Stephen A. Douglas, whose fortune was the product of enslaved Africans. So, once you open this can of worms, it's
What's going on?
there is a lot of acknowledgement to go around.
Yeah, and usually it's institutional. I mean, like you could trace the history of any plot of land and find all sorts of horrific things that individuals have done to other individuals, but it's usually ultimately you're tracing like institutional violence against.
With me, I'm moving in as a fight. Okay.
Acknowledgements.
Right.
I'm scared of this.
If you start scratching beneath the surface of the history of any city, Chuck,
Mhm.
you find that virtually none of them were built on rock and roll. It was way darker than that in every case.
I don't know what
basically.
Jefferson Starship was talking about.
They were just lying.
Yeah, flat out lying.
Yep.
Makes me really second guess the whole White Rabbit thing too. Although that was Jefferson Airplane, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Sure, I know what you mean. I'm hip. I'm fly.
We built the city on rock and roll reference.
That's right.
The worst song in the history of music.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, come on. You don't like that song.
Oh, sure I do. I'm not like
Guilty pleasure.
It's not like my favorite song. I don't have it on my phone or anything. But if it's on,
Yeah, I'm going to do it that way.
there's a 70% chance I won't turn it.
You know what guilty pleasure song I've been rocking this week?
What?
Which is a great song, and I shouldn't even call it a guilty pleasure, but The Sign by Ace of Base.
Oh yeah, all of their work was really good.
It's such a great song, and my daughter loves it now. And when you have a kid who loves something, they're like, I want to listen to it 4 times on the way to school. So I've been singing The Sign for 2 weeks straight.
That's great.
In my head. It's pretty great.
That is good.
Really
Are you
good
wearing
song.
like a little black ribbon choker now?
No, but I'm unashamed about my love of Ace of Base. Those are some good
Sure,
tunes.
as you should be. Guilty schmilty, you know. I'll
Man,
tell you something
you
else as far
need
as
that
guilty
over
pleasures
and
go that I'm
over.
pretty, happy with. I watched the Betty Broderick story starring Meredith Baxter Burney from like 1992.
Who's Betty
Do you
Broderick?
remember that? She was a woman who was divorced by her husband and did not take that very well and kind of went off the rails, culminating in her going and sneaking into her ex-husband and his new wife's bedroom at night and murdering them both with a gun.
Yeah, I'd say she
And
didn't take it
Meredith
well.
Baxter Burney, the mom from Family
Yeah,
Ties,
yeah.
is the one who plays Betty Broderick, and she does it so well.
Yeah.
And it's like a 2-part, 3-hour made-for-TV movie. It's on
Awesome.
Amazon Prime if you have that, and every minute of it is just wonderful and great to watch.
Yeah, I love some of this stuff. Like, let's reject prestige TV that's going on now, and let's just go back to those days.
I say we just include all the good stuff. Also, one more thing while we're not talking about anything about land acknowledgments for a minute. Have you seen Promising Young Woman?
Oh yeah, sure. I saw
That was a
back
really
when it
good
came out.
movie.
It was great.
I had no idea, but I would highly recommend that as well.
Yeah, it was awesome. So before we talk about criticisms, which we'll get to last, we should talk a little bit about the ideal, which is that it doesn't just stop there on stage with an acknowledgement before you kick off the Muffler Sales Conference. There are ways that you can actually take action to make things better for Indigenous people because they're still suffering today in a lot of cases. It might be political causes that are championed by Native Americans. It might be universities offering free tuition for Indigenous, I was about to say kids, but people of all ages, I guess.
Mhm.
I mentioned hiring programs by those very corporations that now sit on that land. Those are all some great things that companies can do to take action.
Yeah, and you as a person, as an individual, if there's things that you want to do, you can show up
Wow.
to Native American rallies just to show support. You can. There's a movement in Seattle called Real Rent Duwamish, which says, hey, if you live in the Seattle area, you should pay rent to the Duwamish tribe because this is
I
originally
saw
their
that.
land.
Yeah.
And the reason why there's so much to do is because Native Americans in the United States have lived in this limbo world, just kept out of American society for so long. And unlike Canada, unlike Australia, the United States has not engaged in anything even approaching a truth and reconciliation or any kind of deep reflection about the history and the historical treatment of Native Americans in America. And so this still continues. And so like a Native American is likelier to live in poverty more than any other group in America. There's a huge problem of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, which is such a problem. It has its own acronym. MMIWG, and that of course deserves its own episode too. We've gotten requests for that before.
Yeah, for sure.
Apparently there's also an issue, Olivia writes, that Native American kids are frequently taken away from their families and put with white foster families, even when there's no evidence of abuse in the house. So I mean, there's so much stuff we could be doing for Native American people in the United States that it completely undermines in a lot of ways the very presence of land acknowledgements, because people say, like, there's so much to do. That has nothing to do with it. Like, actually go do the actual stuff. And I saw this this article by a guy named Graham Wood. It was in the Atlantic. It's called "Land Acknowledgements Are Just Moral Exhibitionism."
That was good.
He was the one who basically said that, you know, getting a Native American or indigenous person to write your land acknowledgement was like getting them to write the receipt for the land you stole from them. You know? He said, I'm going to quote, "Some people argue that land acknowledgements are gestures of respect. I'm not sure one can show respect while also being indifferent to a people's existence. The statements are counterfeit versions of respect. Teen Vogue put it well, if unintentionally, quote, land acknowledgement is an easy way to show honor and respect to the indigenous people." And he goes on and then he says, real respect occurs only when accompanied by time, work, or something else of value. Learning basic facts about a particular tribe might be a start.
Yeah. And I think that's the whole idea, is that this is a starting point and the bare minimum for what should be a series of steps, especially if you're a corporation.
Yes. Now that's a huge thing. Like, you know, it's one thing if you're a person and you're having like a poetry slam and you do this. That's cool. You're probably more likely to actually be doing something of action to help Indigenous and Native American people than the corporation is, who's having land acknowledgements researched and written and performed at their retreats and their conferences and stuff like that. And so it's really well within fair game to call corporate America out about using land acknowledgements, because they're doing virtually nothing in the real world to help Indigenous and Native American groups.
Yeah.
And in fact, in a lot of ways,
I don't work anyways, multiplied by point
poverty.
You got big cuffs today, my friend.
Little Orphan Annie is crying chrome-plated tears right now.
All right, let's take our last break, and when we come back, we'll talk about some of the criticisms and sort of poke around a little bit at the land back movement as well.
You know, the best way to stay motivated and keep from burning out is to not do the same thing over and over again. And that's why Peloton is pushing you further with a lot of new stuff on both the Peloton Bike and Peloton Bike Plus.
That's right. We're talking new classes, new music, new ways to keep your workouts fun and motivating, because it's really easy to stay motivated when there are always new, exciting classes to explore.
Yeah, like get this. Peloton now has boxing. They're stepping into the ring with no gloves needed, where you can discover a fast, furious, and fun workout with Peloton instructors in your corner, spit bucket optional.
They also have new artist series music selections. From pop and rock to hip hop and EDM, there are over 100 artist series to choose from. You can find your favorite music and turn your next workout into a concert.
So stay motivated.
I need to figure out a way to limit the speed at this point, and then I'll start making it look at the
NEPELOTON.com.
Tired of feeling like someone's always watching you on the internet? Maybe advertisers know a bit too much about you, or you're concerned about the privacy of your identity. IPVanish VPN is here to protect your right to privacy and help you stay anonymous online. IPVanish helps you safely browse the internet without exposing your private details to third parties, such as hackers, your ISP, or advertisers. You can use IPVanish on your computers, tablets, phones, even devices like your Fire Stick when you're streaming media. When you use IPVanish, all of your data is encrypted. This means that your private details, passwords, communications, browsing history, and more will be completely shielded. Even your physical location will be hidden. IPVanish makes you virtually invisible online. It's that simple. IPVanish is offering an incredible 70% off their yearly plan for our listeners with a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's just like getting 9 months for free. IPVanish is super easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button and you're instantly protected. You won't even know it's on. Stop sharing with the world everything you watch, everything you search for, and everything you buy. Take your privacy back today with a brand rated 4.6 out of 5 on
You're sharing it with me.
IPVanish.com/SYSK and use promotional code
I'm analyzing it, trust me.
savings. That's IPVanish.com/SYSK.
Kevin.
Hey everybody, if you want a great
Browsing history
yourself with no muss and no fuss, then there's nowhere else to look than Squarespace.
That's right. Squarespace has every single thing that you need to put together an awesome
I even know the private browsing history.
email campaigns, collecting donations for your cause through Apple Pay.
Not so incognito,
You
mister.
can also make your website optimized for mobile, which is great for your user on the go.
That's right. And if you're into selling stuff, Squarespace is everything to sell anything. They have all the tools you need to get your business off the ground. They have e-commerce templates, inventory management, really simple checkout process, and secure payment. environment. So whatever you want to sell, you can sell it on Squarespace.
Yeah, and don't just take our word for it. Head to squarespace.com/SYSK and start your free trial today. And then when you're ready to launch, use our offer code SYSK and you'll get 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/SYSK. Squarespace.
All right. If we're going to talk criticisms of land acknowledgements, we already talked about sort of a lot about the criticisms of how they're done poorly for people that support them, but there are people that don't support doing them at all. The United Conservative Party of Canada, when they took control in Alberta, stopped land acknowledgements, period. And right-wing Canadian politicians have called it just political correctness. I'm sure here in America, the word woke and wokeism has been used to refer to stuff like this. But there's also criticisms that history isn't even being portrayed accurately to begin with.
Yeah, so there was a huge kind of, I guess, a political fight in Montreal when the Canadians started doing land acknowledgements for their games. They were thanking the Ganyengeha tribe, or the Mohawk Nation is how most of us know of them. And then it came up after they started doing these, and people were like, I don't think this was actually their land. Like, yeah, they lived here, but I don't think it was their land. So the Canadians had to revise it a little bit, and they still included the Ganyengeha reference. But they also observed or acknowledged other tribes too. But then a lot of people were like, see, can't even get it right historically. Why is anybody doing this at all? And other people are like, look, yes, we got it slightly wrong historically, but that's certainly no reason to throw this out entirely. And the point is to actually acknowledge these people and that their land was stolen, even if you don't get it exactly right. And that's a big debate too.
Yeah, and just the way that you talk about this land can be a little problematic to begin with, because it wasn't, it's not appropriate to say that they owned this land because the idea of ownership to indigenous people of land wasn't even a thing. I guess a lot of times I think they're called for being stewards of the land. That's, I guess, an acceptable workaround in a lot of cases. But I know that it's all just sort of a lightning rod for criticism,
Yeah, the idea that they're stewards of the land, I mean, there's some Native American culture saw that themselves as that, but others are like, no, we belong to the land, so this doesn't make any sense at all. And then what's more, we really care more about these bodies of water than we do the land. Are you guys mentioning that kind of thing?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's almost all criticisms come back to a land acknowledgement doing it wrong. And then if somebody's really hopping on a very small thing, they probably don't like the idea of land acknowledgements in the first place, or acknowledging indigenous peoples in their country. Ultimately, if you do agree with it and you have a problem with it, it's that it's being done wrong is usually what your problem is.
Yeah, and again, if you were to reach out to these people to begin with, you have a way better chance of getting it right, I think.
Right. The other thing is that if you're not actually saying, if you're just saying we acknowledge that this land used to be inhabited and cared for by indigenous peoples who lived here, and almost like a unspoken and thanks to them for that.
Right.
You're keeping the existence of how that land changed hands from those people, and all the history in between.
Yeah.
And all you're doing is perpetuating, keeping in a mythic past.
Yeah.
That can be easily romanticized. A lot of unsavory stuff, or that we would today find unsavory, and a mythic past too. That turning the Native American people into the noble savage, which is a huge issue in and of itself too.
Yeah.
Because I think you need light consciousness to be able to have rights, because you choose just to do right.
Yeah, for sure. And all of this, I mentioned the land back movement. This is a different topic, but I think we can sort of cover the broad strokes here at the end. The idea of
but you should, the Americans be right.
It sounds crazy, like how would we even do that? But it has happened a little bit here and there, which may surprise some of you. The land back movement in the Black Hills, which here in the United States, where the
I don't know of rights in the right word, what word would it be below?
And in 1980, the Supreme Court of the United States said, you know what, this land was stolen, and it violated the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868. So why don't we settle this with money and offer some financial compensation as a settlement?
Yeah, you were really saying who has the right to explode in certain ways.
Return of the Black Hills land.
Exploited in certain ways.
Said, how about we take the 85 million acres of national park land and we all own it with a big federally organized and recognized group of tribes that are still around. Give that back to us.
Don't like
and
that
you can still
like
come here,
rights will
we can hunt on it,
confuse
we can farm
people.
on it, and a little bit of that is happening. Some parts of the national park or national forest, they have allowed some hunting for indigenous peoples and some farming.
So it's really like
Why don't you just give it all to us,
Yeah.
and you can still come visit, but that would be a nice start.
You could still come
regulation.
here. They've also found that that's a really good way of preserving forests as well. Like we kind of talked about it in the national parks episode, where the Forest Service was like, "Oh, we
Should the government regulate
ask the Native American tribes who used to live here.
bodies of water?
They're
Yes,
going to give us some pointers." And they found that land back actually helps, like restore forests and
if
ecosystems.
it really represents the
Proving to be
people.
problematic because we don't really quite know how to make them work correctly or allow them to work correctly.
Yeah,
The problem is there's a large amount of people who like money more than the environment.
1,000 acres of Forest Service land to a federal trust for the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe. So it's happened here and there. It's Livy also points out that it's happened with individuals. There are a few cases of just landowners in the United States that said,
Oh, really, it's a few amount
two
of
or three
people.
acres. I mean, it hasn't been like thousands of acres yet at this point,
Hmm.
but the fact that individual citizens
The
in the United
majority
States
of
are
people who
giving land back to indigenous peoples is I think it's
vote
pretty
and
good.
stuff like that, they're convinced that
That's certainly putting your money where your mouth is and not just reading a land acknowledgement, you know?
Yeah, or like
they like eating more than the environment, essentially, because that's the only thing that really
I
matters.
think we did a good job. You know, we mentioned doing this one, and we got a bunch of emails from people that said, really helpful emails that said, hey, just wade into this carefully. I think they thought, and they don't know us. Of course, we're going to do a good job, but they thought
The same kinds of
reading
people
things
of the
is
first
gonna solve
topic.
all the problems.
Yeah.
Not
And
true.
we would dust our hands off as
I'll look up water rights on the
If you
Colorado
want to know more
River.
about land acknowledgements, go to a Montreal Canadian
Water
thing,
rights on the Colorado
or just
River.
go onto the internet and start doing some research yourself. It's pretty interesting stuff, and it's like Chuck said, a good place to start. And since I said a good place to start, that means it's time for listener mail.
That's right.
There are some messes ended on the particularly with season.
Since this is appropriate, I got to recommend the great TV show from last year, Reservation
And
Dogs.
say I each state has a specific amount of water that they own
It explores the lives
every year.
of these teenagers in rural Oklahoma, indigenous teenagers, and it is, I think Taika Waititi is the executive producer, but
So you have these people like
mainly by indigenous peoples, and it is a great show. It is very funny, very moving, very heartwarming. I love it. I love it. Can't wait for season 2.
fighting over water that is all the way up in Canada before it's even gotten the Colorado.
What we have here is a listener that very much accurately named the Slopey pub that I went to in Manchester. And while I'm doing that, I believe someone found the one in Ireland for you.
And some year is going to be your terrible.
It's amazing.
That's right. And do you know who sent that to you? Can you find that while I read this?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to read this. Hey guys, just finished listening to the episode on pubs. It was great. I think you mentioned the Sloping Pub on a previous episode. And being from Manchester, I immediately knew what you were referring to. I think the pub in question is the Marble Arch, which is just on the outskirts of the city center. It's a great place that's run by a small brewery, and wow.
Will the real reason why we're running out of water is because the globe is getting warmer.
These have local relevance. And I looked it up. He sent a couple of pictures. It was for sure the Marble Arch.
Why are you specific places?
The other kind of hangout pubs and bars are. I was on a walk, and I stumbled upon it.
Weaver is getting more
Go check it out
extreme.
'cause it's great. And that is from Hugh.
Nice. And also, we want to say thank you very much to Susie from Dublin, or at the very least used to work in Dublin, who correctly named the Brazen Head for me. So thanks, Susie and Hugh.
Awesome. I knew they would come through.
Yeah.
And there's more
Thanks
people.
to Susie and Hugh. If you want to be like Susie and or Hugh, you can get in touch with us via email to stuffpodcast@iheartradio.com.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever
For
you
your
listen to your
sake, I hope it doesn't get to the boiling point during your listening.
Hey everyone, it's Josh, and for this week's Select, I've chosen our 2017 episode, How Champagne Works. It's a charming little episode that, fair warning, will almost certainly make you...
Is there anyone being fought over? Basically the environment.
Enjoy!
Welcome to Stuff You Should Know, a production of iHeartRadio.
Yeah, but it's like this management from the top down.
Pierre Clark. There's Charles Jacques Bryant,
Okay.
Jerry.
Jelly.
Luckily, man, guys, this has been
Are you
abandoned.
allowed to tell everyone your last name, Jerry?
We've done it before.
Okay. What if they go try to find her on Facebook and find out she doesn't actually exist? That it's all just a plant fake Facebook page that we've created.
I know that she is an actual plant
Right.
Okay,
that grows in the corner.
Feed me.
so I can say I can.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say it.
Oh, why? You were worried about the wine one for the same reasons?
We didn't do the wine one.
I know, that's why.
Yeah.
That's exactly why.
I
It's the same
think
reason.
I
Exactly
can.
for those reasons. Because
Totally fine, man. No one
people-
knows anything about
Yeah.
champagne.
people spend lifetimes learning this stuff.
Yes, but we have a show, and everyone knows that we don't spend a lifetime learning about what we talk about. That we just do our research and we try to find the most interesting stuff to explain how something works.
I know, but these, with anytime it's something where someone is like such a huge, like, where it's such a big thing for so many people,
Right.
I just know we're gonna mess up pronunciations.
Yeah.
It's French.
Yeah.
So champagne.
Right.
Champagne.
Yeah. I think that's how Bugs Bunny always pronounced it.
Oh yeah.
So you're following a grand tradition.
I didn't know he was a drinker.
Well, we are going to talk about champagne. It's a little late now.
Do you like champagne?
I love champagne.
Oh, okay.
Love it.
I don't.
I mainly drink sparkling wine. I don't really drink champagne itself.
Mhm.
But, buddy, this article made me want to drink some champagne.
Well, you do a little prosecco, a little cava.
Sure. I don't really discriminate.
I
Uh,
do. I don't drink any of it.
You don't like champagne, huh?
Nah, I don't like sparkling wine. It's not it's just not. It's not for Chuck, as they say.
I gotcha. I
As
love
as
it.
They say.
Love it, man. I particularly love Shandong out in California.
I will say one time at a party though, many years ago, like in the '90s, I drank a lot of just champagne, only champagne,
This might be why you don't like
for
champagne.
the only time in my life. No, actually, I felt like a 12-year-old girl. That was wonderful.
Oh, that's your problem. No, champagne is
No. I mean, silly and
Oh, I see.
bubbly
I
and
see.
fun. Like I played hopscotch and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know that's terrible. Why would you ever want to do that again?
I don't mean
It's
like
going
a
on that-
champagne.
That's what I thought you meant. I was
No,
like,
no,
well,
no.
there's your problem.
Grab-
Champagne's not a girly drink.
No, not
I'm
at
sure
all.
there's plenty of people out there who do think that. Buddy, I will drink pink champagne at
With your finger up.
at a bowl.
Let's see if I can.
Oh, gross.
You got to do something to wash the pain away.
Right, his body.
Yeah, it's just not for me. And that gave me such a bad headache. The
I
next day.
look at the documentation, see if I can restrict insurrection.
If someone wants to toast me,
Yeah.
I won't go. No, I'm not drinking that.
Well, you were probably drinking pretty sweet champagne, weren't you?
I don't
Usually,
remember.
the higher the sugar content in anything, the more of a hangover you're gonna have.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I love it.
Good.
You mean I've been to Shandong twice?
No,
Went on a Shandong cruise once.
Wow.
Big fans of Shandong.
Where's that?
Hint, hint. It's out in Napa Valley. It's famously attached to Moet and Shandong.
Uh-huh.
And then Shandong went and said, "Hey, we're going to open up something in California too."
Gotcha.
It's like, cool.
Because they're terrible.
you know I need to check if it's grounded is grounded.
This is what I'm nervous about. I'm not nervous about getting it wrong. I'm nervous about coming across like it's just a complete jackass sophisticate. You know? I'm not at all. I just like champagne. I know more now about champagne doing this research for the last couple of days
Uh-huh.
than I ever had before. So I definitely don't put myself out there as like an expert in any way, shape, or form.
All right, so that's called
So everybody, put your emails away.
10 Minutes of Caveats by Josh and Chuck.
See, that was French, and you pronounced it great.
Caveat.
Is that Latin?
All right, well, I guess if you don't know anything about champagne, you might have noticed that we already said both the word champagne and sparkling wine.
Mhm.
And I think most people probably know this, but some people may not. Champagne is a region in France, and technically, you were only supposed to say champagne for sparkling wine if it comes from that region.
Right. So all champagne that's sparkling wine is sparkling wine, but all sparkling wine is not champagne.
That's right.
That I think that's simplified.
In Champagne itself, the region is about an hour and a half, 90 minutes or so northeast of Paris.
Or east.
And this article points out that it's one of the least visited regions of France, but I bet they have their fair amount of enthusiasts that go to
I
the
would
region.
guess so, sure.
But maybe just not as many. I don't know. It's the south of France or other Burgundy, maybe. Who
Right. Well,
knows?
Burgundy comes to mind for sure.
Yeah.
Apparently, Chablis. I didn't realize that was a wine growing region. Did you?
I don't think I did. And the very famous Mad Dog region.
Right. Le Natrin.
So silly.
So, so champagne is a region. It's also a sparkling wine. But yeah, like you said, you can't make sparkling wine outside of this champagne region, and you can even make sparkling wine inside of the champagne region. And unless you're following a very strictly controlled process
Mhm.
within this particular region of France, you are not allowed anywhere in the world to
See how to do
sparkling
a
wine.
guess go from right
It's
his body.
what's called an Appalachian. No, that's a mountain range. It's what's called a
Appalachian Trail.
Appellation d'origine contrôle, or AOC is what we're going to call it. But it's basically the same thing with bourbon here in the United States, right?
Yeah.
Where you have to follow specific rules and you have to make it within a specific region. And the whole point is, you don't want just any schmo making something that's similar to your product,
Right.
but not nearly as good. That's not going through anywhere near the painstaking amount of process and labor that you're doing, and still call it the same thing you're calling it. You don't want to do that.
Yeah,
so,
and
so
that,
you have to
sure.
restrict it.
Especially the French, they're not going to be all willy-nilly about that. That's their region.
Yeah, apparently there's something like 84,000 acres, which I don't think is a lot.
And what are those cities?
The two main cities are Rennes and Epernay.
But we even have a thing in here that says if you say Rem, then you're an American city slicker.
If you say Reims.
Oh, okay.
Rem, I've seen plenty.
But Reims is what they say in the Help Me Out article that we got.
I think you just earned some fans in France with that one.
Well, by any other name, it is still champagne, and those are the cities. And there are but 3 grapes that you can use to make champagne. You can't just say, that muscadine looks nice, like they do here in Georgia.
Right.
Let's throw it in a bottle and ferment it.
Yeah.
Couples and let's movie more in fighting with each other. I did I is going to have a later if you like.
Pinot Meunier.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Another dark grape or red grape or black grape, I think is what they call it.
Yeah, if you ever talk to a real wine person and you don't know the lingo, you're going to be confused quick when they say things like black grapes.
Right.
You'll be like, what the heck is a black grape?
But if you dig into it, you start to find that there's a lot of overlap in words. There's a lot of multiple terms that describe the same thing.
Yeah.
Black grape, red grape, same thing.
Yeah. Purple grape?
Why not?
If you say that, you're going to get laughed out of Napa.
I like the purple grapes. Concord, I think is what they're called.
But Chardonnay is, of those 3, is the only all-white grape.
Mm-hmm.
So, and a lot of people might not know this. It's the same with still wine. But, inside that black skin is white pulp.
Yeah, depending on when you pick the grape.
Yeah.
So if you pick it early before it has a chance to turn reddish, you can conceivably squeeze clear or white grape
How
juice
do you make a
from
function?
grapes.
That's right. And that's what's happening in the case of champagne.
Yeah, because if you look at it, you're like, well, I mean, this is clear. How is this made from red grapes? Well, as we'll see later on, you have Dom Perignon to thank.
Well, we should go ahead and talk about that, I guess.
Well, let's talk about champagne a little bit first, and then we'll get to Dom Perignon. So the region itself is pretty ancient.
Yeah.
The first vineyards in Champagne were planted by the Romans, who also mined chalk in the area.
They go
There's extensive
spill out
chalk
belly.
quarries that are underground that have served as champagne cellars for generations. So the place has been making wine. The region has been making wine for millennia. But it wasn't until about the 1700s when they really kind of took what was a naturally occurring problem, which was carbonation happening in their wine, and went to town with it. They said, if you can't beat them, join them. So they took this thing that was viewed as a flaw in their wine, carbonation, sparkling wine, and they figured out how to make it even more so and made it its own thing.
Yeah, and that in that region, that chalk is very key to what you end up getting because it's very reflective because it's white.
It is. So it reflects the sunlight from the ground back up to the leaves, right?
Yeah, it's a very unique region. And apparently it's like if you stumbled upon that region today in our advanced winemaking techniques and sparkling wine techniques, you probably wouldn't say, hey, this is a great place to have a vineyard.
Right. You go, sacre bleu, the soil is terrible.
Well, you might, because I think it's a little tougher to grow. Like there's a very fine line between getting a successful harvest in that region, which makes it, I think, very special.
Yeah, it does. Like, apparently they have cold, short, wet growing seasons. And apparently that's where the original sparkling wine and champagne came from. It was a freak of natural climate and natural conditions, growing conditions, right?
Yeah.
Because as we'll see, a second fermentation is what creates the carbonation.
Yeah.
And that would happen naturally because they would harvest the wine, make wine, store it, and then it would get cold all of a sudden, like early, before the fermentation process was done.
Right.
So fermentation would basically stop.
With me
There
and
was a lot of
network.
sugar and yeast left in their wine that hadn't fermented when they started it. So when spring came around again and things started to warm up, a second fermentation process started, and that's really what kicked off the bubbles.
Yeah.
But for a long time, the people in
with
Champagne, in the Champagne region, were
I
tearing it apart.
totally learned
It
brackets.
was a sign that their wine was terrible
Sure.
or poorly made. And like I said, it wasn't until Dom Perignon came along, who didn't like it himself, but was one of the people who created a lot of the techniques that helped establish Champagne as the sparkling wine capital of the world.
So he didn't care for it?
No, he didn't. He called it mad wine. I think is what he called.
He was a monk, though, right?
Yeah, he was a Benedictine monk in the area, and he was the cellar master, which is if you are a cellar master, you are in charge as far as champagne goes with basically making the master blend of the champagne.
Are you talking about the cuvee?
Yes, the cuvee, and when you put it together, that's the assemblage, right?
That's right.
So Dom Perignon was the guy in charge of that for this abbey. He was a monk. His name was Pierre Perignon. Dom is like monk. It denotes you're a monk.
Yeah.
And he was one of the ones who established a lot of the groundwork for creating sparkling wine, creating champagne.
Very interesting.
Like up to that point, you would have sparkling wines in your cellar, but they were using like wood and hemp to like stop these bottles. Well, that didn't work all that well.
Yeah.
Bottles would very frequently explode, and cellars were very dangerous places to be because one of these stoppers came out, it'd shoot across the room, hit another bottle, and that bottle stopper would come out, and all of a sudden you'd have a chain reaction of these wooden stoppers like flying at your head.
It's like a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Yeah, or Three Stooges or something, right? So Dom Perignon came up with the idea of using cork stoppers in thicker English type bottles, which could withstand the pressure.
Yeah.
Holding them down with little rope muzzles. Now we use foil and wire.
Yeah, what's that called?
A muzzle?
Yeah, muzzle. There's a French word for it, but I can't find it in my notes.
Muzzle.
Something like that.
So he came up with a bunch of stuff. He also was the first one to start blending wines from the region. And as we'll talk about in a few, that's the basis of champagne. It's a blend. Champagne is a blend of wine.
That's right. Should we take a break? Collect ourselves?
Yeah, I'm getting excited. Don't you want some champagne?
Nope.
I don't know why this is updating in me.
No, I mean, if you opened a bottle of champagne in here, I would drink a flute.
Yeah.
Because A, it's rude when you're offered something to turn your nose up at it.
Right. Unless you're under 21.
And B, it might help me to relax a little bit.
Yeah.
About
it really would.
About this thing.
You'd feel great.
Should we talk a little bit about the champagne method?
Yes.
What the French call
La méthode champenoise.
Okay.
La méthode champenoise. So you have to say it. You have to close your septum.
This is one reason why champagne is a bit more expensive, or can be a bit more expensive, is because there's a lot of processes involved, and not like there's not with still wine, but champagne kind of takes it a step further. It's time consuming, and there are people's hands and feet involved.
Yeah.
A lot of times.
Yeah, and like you said, it starts with making wine. Actually, it starts even further back than that. It starts with growing the grapes.
That's right. But fermentation, all wines are fermented, of course, and that's when sugar breaks down from the grape juice, turns it into alcohol, delicious alcohol, and that is called wine. And just like regular wine, still wine, like you said, I guess we shouldn't call it regular wine, just still wine.
Still wine.
They start
basic wine.
They start with those grapes, and in the case of champagne, they are pressed with human feet, which still happens.
Right.
And I can't help but think of that video still after all these years.
That poor lady.
Of that poor lady.
Yeah.
Who,
from at Chateau Elan, right?
Oh, was that in Georgia?
Yeah.
I don't think I knew that.
It was a Georgia morning show, Atlanta morning show. I think it was like Fox Live or something like that.
I can still hear it. I haven't seen it in years, but if you don't know what we're talking about, there was one of the early viral videos of this woman on location doing a story about wine in Georgia, and she was stomping on the wine and fell
up on a platform for some reason.
Yeah, and she fell out of the barrel and hurt herself. But it sounded like she was.
I want to make terrible noises.
Heavy distress.
Like new dimensions of pain.
Yeah.
Are the sounds that the woman made. I've never heard anything like it before or since.
Me neither.
Yeah, I'm pretty
sad.
sure she's okay.
Yeah, that's why I don't mind talking about it now. It's
Right.
not like she was, maimed for life or anything like that.
I always think of I Love Lucy too.
Oh yeah.
That very famous grape stomping scene.
Yeah.
Where she gets in like a grape throwing fight with the lady.
Man, Lucy, she was always getting into trouble, wasn't she?
Yeah.
I shot in the studio where they filmed that show one time in California.
Oh yeah.
Right there in Hollywood. Yeah, it was kind of neat.
Yeah.
One of the grips just came over. He was like, this is the I Love Lucy studio.
And you went.
I smelled the grapes. All right. So where were we? Feet.
Feet.
Yeah, which is this wonderful old world technique that I didn't know this. I didn't know that you have to do that for champagne. Is it just because it's so delicate?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. But also they kind of shy away from machinery in the method champenoise.
Really?
Yes.
All right.
It's a traditional method. Even though if you look back at the history of winemaking, champagne is very relatively new.
Oh yeah?
Like we're talking 1700s, right? Sure, they've been making wine for many thousands of years.
Right.
So this is a fairly new invention, but it was still invented at a time where you mainly used human labor for things like this. So yeah, they've tended to preserve that as much as possible.
All right. Well, you've got your juice, your white juice, and well, they put it in stainless steel vats, unless you're super old world, I guess.
Some people do use wood still, but
Really?
yeah, you're allowed to use for the initial fermentation where you're just making the basic wine.
Yeah.
You can use stainless steel.
Yeah. So there it sits for a long time, ferments, becomes still wine, and like we said, this is just the first fermentation, and then you move on to the blending, which is where that all important cellar master comes in.
Right. So if you're a cellar master for a champagne house, you are, unless you're a very specific type of champagne house where you actually make champagne from growing the grapes to the finished product,
Right.
You were probably going around the Champagne region trying different champagnes or trying different wines, still wines.
Yeah.
And you're coming up with in your head a blend of all these different wines. And that blend, as we said before, is called the cuvee. And the cuvee it's just that. It's a blend of wine. And it has mainly 3 different factors involved that you have to take into consideration if you're the cellar master, right?
Yes.
If it's a vintage cuvee, a vintage blend of wines, then that means it's using grapes that were all grown in the same year, the same growing season.
Yeah, and I imagine these cellar masters, I mean, you said they're tasting things. I'm sure they are, but I imagine these cellar masters in Champagne also kind of know exactly where they're going to go for most of these.
Sure, and they also would know, like, well, if you guys have 2007 vintage wine,
Like that was a
that
great
was a
year.
great year,
Sure.
or that year was kind of rough. It might take add a neat edge to it. Some other 2009 grapes I'm using too, right? These
Yes.
are
This is so silly.
within their heads. That level of information. So they're putting it all together. They come up with these clever little blends, and each blend's a cuvee. Again, one of the things they can take into account is the vintage, the years.
Yeah, and like you said, if it's a vintage wine, it's just from the 1 year growing season. If it's non-vintage, that means you're combining various years.
Right, and typically vintage wines I think tend to be more expensive. I get the impression that they tend to be a little more revered. They definitely take longer to mature.
Yeah, the fermentation process is longer than the non-vintage.
And you'll see this on the label. It'll say vintage or else it'll say NV a lot of times.
Right.
The 2 other things for a cellar master to take into account are the varietals.
Yeah.
And the cru, right?
Yeah, CRU.
So a cru
Not
is
the CREW.
or the CRUE with an umlaut over the U. Rock on.
Yes.
The cru it's a vineyard basically. So you can have grapes all from one vineyard from different years and different varietals, and that'd still be what's called a single cru. Or you could mix different crus, different vineyards, grapes, to create a cuvee.
Yeah, and the Grand Cru, you might have seen that before on a bottle. If you get the Grand Cru status, then you're really cooking with gas, as my dad used to say. In the mid 1980s, well, initially there were only 12 villages that had that Grand Cru status, and then in 1985 they expanded that to 17, because 5 more villages, and I'm not going to try and pronounce all those, were added to the list. And it says here that less than 9%, it's incredibly low, of all the vineyard land in Champagne has a 100% Grand Cru rating.
Right. So again, 84,000 acres, only 9% of that is the top rated. Basically, it's saying this land is the primo land for growing Champagne grapes.
Yeah.
So if you get grapes that are grown there by these people who really know what they're doing, you're going to pay through the nose for it.
Sure.
So a Grand Cru Champagne is going to be pretty expensive, but there's a reason behind it.
Yeah. It's not just marketing.
No. And varietals too. Like you said, there's 3 grapes, right?
Yeah, just those 3.
And depending on how you put them together, you can come up with a type of cuvee as well, right? So Blanc de Blanc means white of whites. That's made just with Chardonnay grapes.
Uh-huh.
Blanc de Noir is made with just one of the other black grapes, either the Pinot Meunier or the Pinot Noir.
That's right.
But all those 3 things are factored together to create a specific cuvee.
Well, and then you've got your rosé that you mentioned earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Your pink wine, or as my friend Stacy calls it, pink crack.
It's good stuff.
She gets a hold of that stuff. Watch out.
Yeah.
And that is, there's a couple ways you can do this. Sometimes you leave some of the skin for a little bit of time, but these days, more or less, you're going to be adding a little bit of the red wine, Pinot Noir red wine, to the cuvee.
So I think those
Like
are
the
different.
still wine.
That's different. If you leave the grapes on a little bit, you're going to have pink champagne. If you actually add red wine afterward, you're going to have rosé champagne.
What's the difference? It says here rosé is also known as pink champagne.
I know. This is what I'm saying. So it gets confusing because you definitely get different things from different sources. But I have seen in multiple places that when you add red wine, that's rosé, and that keeping the grapes in is pink champagne.
Interesting.
But apparently there's something like 3 million bottles of red wine are set aside every year just to make rosé champagne.
What a waste.
Man, I'm changing your mind about champagne.
No, you're not.
I'm going to.
Emily likes rosé.
Rosé champagne.
No, I mean she'll have that, but just still rosé.
There's also rosé with gas that's not champagne. It's
Yeah.
just a little gassy. It's kind of different.
Yeah, I'm
That's
just
good
not
too.
a fan of all that stuff.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
And it's not like I discriminate against wines either, but I'm definitely prefer champagnes or sparkling
Miss
wine
Lord
over
spread the-
wine, like any day of the week.
Yeah, we're the opposite.
Yeah.
In more ways than one. Are we at the Riddler yet? Because this is my favorite part.
We've got the blend.
Uh-huh.
And once you blend it, you have to put it in bottles. And one of the things, Chuck, about the AOC, this method champenoise, is once you put it in that bottle, it stays in there until the person who buys it and drinks it takes it out.
Yeah.
You have to keep it in the same bottle.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah. Why would you switch bottles? That'd be weird anyway.
Well, you used to want to decant it to get sediment out. You might just put it in one bottle to reuse the bottles. Who knows?
Ugh.
But you once you put it in the bottle, it's got to stay in the bottle. And after that initial cuvee is blended, they put it in the bottle and they let it sit. And depending on what kind it is, if it's non-vintage, it's going to sit there for 12 more months.
Yeah.
For a total of a minimum of 15.
Yeah, at least.
If it's vintage, it's going to sit there for another 3 years and just age in the bottle.
That's right. And so at this point, you're going to start. You want the bubbles, so you're going to start that second fermentation process by adding sugar and yeast. Then you drop the temperature on your cooler to about 50 to 60, which is cooler than the initial fermentation process.
Mm-hmm.
And well, you can also do this in the tank. Like there are different methods, but
right, that's called the Charmet method.
The tanks.
Yeah.
But I think the
I need to make it where it only runs on liquids. I mean only
I'll say old, but I think old world means something very specific with wine.
Oh yeah, I can see that. I think it means non-Californian.
See, this is where we get in trouble. So this is a very slow fermentation process, the second one. And the yeast is living and dying, and those cells are breaking apart, and it's this really interesting process is going on inside that bottle.
Yeah, it's eating up all that sugar that you added in what's called the liquor de tirage, right? And when you add that in and you add the yeast in, the yeast are like, this is great. We're going to live here for generations, eons by our timetable.
Yeah, like look at all this delicious sugar that we can eat.
And they eat it and eat it, and they eat all of the sugar in this second fermentation process. And what we're doing here now is recreating that natural fluke of a condition where it would get cold and then warm up again.
Yeah.
And that second fermentation process would start to make the CO2. Same thing's happening here, but this is a very controlled version of that.
Sure.
So the yeast is eating it, and like you said, they're dying and breaking open. And so when you're drinking champagne, part of what you're drinking is the internal remnants of yeast cells that have spilled their contents into the champagne.
That's why I don't drink it.
But they also leave behind some stuff you don't want to drink, which are the cell structures, and that creates what's called sediment. It's basically leftover cellular structure of yeast cells, and you want to get that out.
Yeah, and that's through a process called riddling, and I mentioned the riddler is my favorite person in this process. It's a pretty thankless job to be the riddler.
Is it?
I think so.
I'll bet you get a lot of free champagne.
Well, sure.
That's thanks.
Yeah, but it's very solitary and redundant.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Repetitive.
Yeah.
So this riddler, the wine at this point is stored upside down at a 75-degree angle, and that is allowing all these dead yeast cells to collect down near the neck. They by hand go in every day and turn these bottles 1/8 of a turn. 20,000, 30,000 bottles.
That's up to 40,000
a day.
Yep.
They do this by hand.
Yep.
And they're just rotating these. I can't imagine doing this. I mean, it's your life's work. You got to really be dedicated to your craft to be a riddler.
And it takes about 4 to 6 weeks of this dedicated attention.
It's a very fast process, though. If you've ever seen a riddler at work.
Oh yeah.
You know.
But they have to remember that they turn the bottle, so they make a little chalk mark on each one.
Yeah.
40,000 times in a day.
Yeah.
Man,
it's amazing.
So they're turning the bottle, and like you said, it's turned up in an angle. And the whole point of this is that you're slowly, because you don't want to disturb the champagne. It's still maturing, right? But this is toward the end of that maturation phase, either that 12-month or that 36-month minimum. And as you're turning it, what you're doing is kind of shaking the bottle a little bit too, and you're just trying to get the yeast cells, what's left of them, to move toward the neck.
Yeah.
Right. And the whole point is this is called maturing on the lees. And the lees, I think, are what the sediment is called, possibly, or else what the. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Okay.
I think. And as it goes down and accumulates toward the front of the neck, you now have one of the last steps called the disgorgement or disgorgement.
Yes.
And what you have is just a thing of sediment that's accumulated at the neck, and you put it in an ice bath.
It's really amazing how they do this.
Yeah. And then what they used to have to do is they would pop open a bottle, decant it,
yeah,
filter it, and they would pour it back so it's filtered. Because one of the things you'll note about champagne is it's very clear, and it undergoes several different clarification steps. But that would have been one of them. This is the same thing, but this one is way cooler. They put the neck in an ice bath, a salt ice bath.
I
so you
can
know
do
it's
this, I
because you
can
know
do this,
it
I
lowers
can do
the
this.
point of ice water.
Yeah, and at this point, it's going to create a little yeast plug, which is so gross
It
sounding,
is.
up there toward the neck. And what they have to do then is get that plug out of there while maintaining the integrity of the rest of the wine that's inside.
Yeah, like you're gonna lose some champagne. It's not
Yeah.
a perfect procedure.
Well, yeah, I mean that's part of the process is to lose some because then they add stuff back in,
Right.
which we'll get to.
Yeah.
But so they remove. Well, it says in here the cork, but
I
days,
can, I am
I think the
thinking.
initial one is a cap, like
Right.
a bottle cap.
Bottle cap. You
And
can use
so-
that old world bottle cap.
And go on YouTube and look at a Riddler at work and just check this out. It's pretty neat. Like
Mhm.
it's a fast process
Mhm.
as well.
Did you see how it's made on that?
No.
They pop it out, and a surprisingly small amount comes out. Like I thought they'd be like, oh god, oh jeez, like it'd be the most stressful job in the world. But so enough comes out, it's foaming over, but it's not like just a tremendous amount. And then they smell it to make sure it's not.
The dude I saw
stale.
would put his thumb over it real quick, so
Mm.
like it wasn't foaming over at all.
Maybe that's what I saw, or maybe that's what he was doing. I didn't catch it.
Yeah, pretty interesting though. So the Riddler's is doing this by hand because there's carbon dioxide gas in there at this point, and it forces that plug out. And like you said, you lose just a little bit. Then you add maybe a little brandy, a little sugar, a little white wine back in to get the the proper amount of liquid inside the bottle.
Right, that's called the dosage or the liqueur de dosage.
Don't call it dosage
No.
because I did in my head
Yeah.
for like half of this research.
Yeah, and then you oh that is dosage.
Well, that's when it helps to watch videos.
Yeah, for sure.
And then they put that final cork in place. This is one that's going to stay in there until you uncork it, and they tighten it down with that wire. As our not so great article points out, you can make into a little chair afterward.
Yeah.
That's what people do, right?
Sure.
And you have to have that thing on there because it like there's a lot of pressure still building up in that thing.
Right. And they've actually, thanks to a 18th century French pharmacist named Antoine Baume, he came up with a device to measure the sugar content in wine. So now they know exactly how much sugar to put into the champagne to raise the pressure back up. Because
Right.
you want about 5 or 6 atmospheres of pressure, or about, I think, 60 to 70 pounds per square inch of pressure in a bottle of wine.
How much?
50 to 70, I think, or 50 to 90. But it's definitely 5 or 6 atmospheres of pressure.
Yeah, I got 90.
90,
It's
okay.
like kind of average.
Okay, so they know how much of that liqueur de dosage to put in,
Yeah.
how much sugar to put back in to raise the atmosphere back up. And the other reason you want to do that too, Chuck, is when you're adding that sugar back in, that yeast ate all the sugar that was in there and turned it into carbon dioxide that you
Yeah.
put in for the second fermentation. And when they did, they made the champagne as dry as a bone.
Doing the opposite, what is it
The
doing?
amount of sugar, it's actually more than that. It's
Yeah,
called
it would be-
Brut Naturel.
Well, I call it a double X brute.
It's crazy dry.
Yeah.
I've never had it, but I can only imagine how
Can you
dry
have
it
that?
is. Yeah.
Oh, really?
There's one where they don't put in any dosage.
Huh.
They don't add any sugar afterward, so it's bone dry.
And that's just for people who really prefer that because it's
I
not.
guess.
Apparently, the extra brute is the least popular.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And I think the best selling is sort of that brute, which is sort of in the middle of dry and sweet, or sec or demi sec,
And then I think the last one is Deux, is the sweetest of all.
non brute.
Yeah, but brut
Working.
is drier than extra dry, which is kind of surprising. But
Yeah.
if you ever, it's pretty easy to pick up if you just read it once or twice. You're
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, that's.
You stuck or something.
All of that is based on how much dosage you put in after you disgorge the yeast plug.
Engorge.
Yeah.
One of my least favorite words, by the way.
That's a bad one.
Is this true about Madame Clicquot?
From what I saw, yeah.
She was an entrepreneur, famously. In fact, she's called Widow Clicquot at times. She was widowed at a very young age, sadly at 27, and took over her husband's wine business and supposedly invented that disgorging process
Mhm.
herself.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, it's kind of simple when you look at it, but I wouldn't have thought to do it.
No, again, I mean, they were decanting them back then and filtering it out. So,
Yeah.
and this was, I think, 1813 when the Widow Clicquot came up with it. And about then is when champagne, the drink, took off, at least in France, and started to spread very quickly around the world.
Yeah, Napoleon had a lot to do with that, right?
I think Napoleon did. By World War I, Winston Churchill reminded everyone, we're not fighting to save just France, boys. We're fighting to save champagne. Hurrah! Right.
Should we take another break?
I think so.
All right, we're going to talk a little bit about what the fuss is with this stuff after this.
So you
Make learning now is essentially what I am doing.
and the passion and let HoneyBook handle the rest. HoneyBook makes it easy to get clients booked, contracts signed, questionnaires answered, and payments processed, all in one seamless experience that's easy for you and even easier for your clients. Head to honeybook.com to get your first 6 months for $1 per month. Use code ONLY1 for the best price ever. Terms apply.
Learning stuff with Joshua and Charles. Stuff you should know.
All right, so Josh, the master winemaker,
The cellar master?
has walked us through the process.
What a great job that would be.
Yeah, I have my friend Robbie is a kind of a rock star winemaker in Napa.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's pretty great. He's living the good life.
I'm sure.
In fact, he got in touch at one point because he wanted to start a wine podcast.
Uh-huh.
And we just sort of emailed back and forth, and it just never, like, he just wanted advice and stuff. Not like he wanted to start one with me, because that would be, what are those podcasts called when like someone's a super expert and then you got a big dummy?
I can't think of anything.
That's what that would have been.
Man, that was just ripe for jokes.
I would have been the Thomas Hayden Church to his Paul Giamatti.
Oh, you're talking about Sideways. I thought you were
Yeah.
talking about Wings for a second.
I would have been like, when are we going to drink it? Tastes good to me.
Yeah.
And Robbie would be spitting it out.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I don't think you should do that.
he's very talented and, does quite well, like making
What
wine
the
for
fuck?
people. And he also has his own label, Langevin and Pearson Meyer wine.
What is that meaning?
Yeah, right.
And when you go to his house and stay with him in his awesome guest house at the top of Howell Mountain,
Uh-huh.
you get drunk on like amazing expensive wines
That's awesome.
that he opens like you're drinking that Perrier. I'm sorry, Perrier.
No, this is Pellegrino.
Oh, excuse me. That's the Italian version of Perrier.
It is.
It's like the
Like Spumante.
Prosecco. What's Spumante?
Spumante is Italian.
Is it?
Uh-huh.
It's sparkling, right?
Yeah.
Annabella
It's
Exposition.
Italian as well.
I just remember that from when I
Perrier,
was
yes.
Martini and Rossi Spumante.
Yeah.
It's amazing how that's drunk.
Necessary.
Martini and Rossi. Asti Spumante.
Which probably is like crap sparkling wine, isn't it?
I don't know that it's good. I don't know. I mean, I think that's probably what gave you your headache.
That and all.
So confused why it's doing
Is
that.
that still around?
I don't know. Isn't that what Bob and Doug drank?
No.
Now it's behaving your eyes.
Some sort of,
Was it made up?
Oh, and the Sylvia.
well, was it Labatt's? I mean, it was probably some Canadian beer. We're going to get killed over this
Yeah,
one.
we are. Sorry, everybody.
All right, so let's move on then to what makes champagne so expensive and so fancy. Like it has this, there's this notion, that you drink it for celebrations,
Mhm.
or that you're like sort of the upper crust of society if you're drinking champagne.
Well, supposedly there is an actual reason why champagne is associated with toasting the big events in life, because for 1,000 years, from about the 9th century to the 19th century,
They had no champagne.
the kings of France were coronated in Champagne. So it was like a celebration
Right.
town for the whole country. So toasting with, even before they were sparkling wines,
Yeah.
Toasting with champagne wine was traditional.
So
right?
have you ever been in a restaurant and like gotten good news and said, "Waiter, champagne"?
Garçon.
Has anyone ever done that
Uh,
besides in movies?
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
It's funny, like I was watching McConaughey act, and I was watching a movie on somebody else's seat back on a flight,
Oh,
so
wow.
I wasn't hearing it, so I was really just watching the movie,
Uh-huh.
right? And I was like, imagine if you were in real life around Matthew McConaughey, like in a room with one of his characters, and just how
Okay.
off-putting and bizarre that experience would be. Because
Uh-huh.
he just chews the scenery, and everything he does is just so big.
Yeah, he's
That
not subtle.
in real life, if you were interacting with that character, you'd be like, calm down, man. You're freaking me out.
Well, Wooderson was pretty chill,
Yeah, okay. I'll give
but
it
everybody
Wooderson.
since Wooderson.
Pretty much.
All right, boy, that's an interesting thing to think on a plane.
It just hit me. It hit me on the plane.
I think if I was in a restaurant and something great happened, I would say, "Waiter, another gin and tonic."
I
They
think
would go, "Huh?"
They'd probably say, you got it.
Actually, I started calling those lime salads.
what's happening is it's very yes, that's going to
Lime
the
salads is around April
Oh, yeah.
to.
It's got to be what it is.
For you, gin and bitter lemon is a nice combo.
Yeah?
Yeah. And I thought bitter lemon was just like a fever tree drink.
Yeah.
They make them. They make a good one. But everybody from like Canada Dry to whoever else makes bitter lemon as well.
Uh-huh.
So just get yourself a good bitter lemon and some gin. You're going to love it.
Um,
You're going to love it.
we should we'll definitely do a podcast on gin at some point.
Okay.
Very interesting liquor.
Yeah.
Complex, can be.
Sure. I got another one for you. With that bitter lemon,
Uh-huh.
if you want to get really fancy, get some St. George terroir.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Can you
You
turn
had the
that
dry
down?
rye.
No.
You tried the terroir?
Thank
That's the
you.
one that tastes like feet.
No, that's the dry rye.
I've tried all 3 of those St. George's, and I don't like any of them.
Oh, okay.
I'm a London dry guy.
Well,
Whoa,
anyway,
me
I
up.
like it with bitter lemon.
Right.
Everyone else would like the terroir St. George with bitter lemon.
Everyone else on the planet?
No.
Because, all right.
And I figured out what was up with the dry rye. You're absolutely right.
How
can't
you
make
doing?
a martini out of that stuff. It'd kill you. It's not made for it. It's made for things like Negronis. It makes a killer Negroni.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah, I stick to my lime salad, you know.
Okay.
You know me and my basic needs.
But try the bitter lemon sometime with gin.
Okay.
Your dry London's fine.
All right.
Okay. But with the bitter lemon instead of tonic.
Okay, I'll give it a try. And if I don't like it, then I'm just weird because everyone else in the world loves it.
No,
but me.
I'm not saying that. You said that.
All right, where in the world were we?
So we were talking about
I'm doing a game
Make it
jam
not so
for
fancy.
yeah.
Well, like we said earlier, it's
tell me
very
remember the
small,
name of the
relatively
server.
speaking.
Right.
So that will lend to the price and all these hand processes that they still might use or foot
It's
processes.
so what we game jam with the semi.
And anytime the price is being driven up, it's going to have that sort of air of sophistication. And then, of course, when the hip hop scene started kind of using that in lyrics,
Let's look at me into
champagne
the
and
chat.
the yacht and the videos.
I'm on a boat.
What was that?
That was the Saturday Night Live short
Oh, okay.
with
Oh, I think I remember that.
I don't remember who it was. I
Was
want
it
to
one
say
of
2
those-
Chains, but I don't think it was.
So we're doing our own type. Let's join the making of it.
Little Bow Wow?
No,
Right.
it's Bow Wow now.
Really?
Yeah,
He's all
little
grows up?
man. The guy who was like, yeah, that guy.
I have no idea.
You do.
Little John?
Yes. I
Jerry
think
was
it
over there
Lil
going,
Jon.
John.
Where are your farm here in the dystopian future?
But yes, it was an Andy Samberg short.
Yeah, I do. I think I do remember that. But that
Trying to make sure you were genetically modified and the gold go out of the other.
Status?
Yeah,
Sure.
that's exactly the word.
I would suggest
I mean, it was already
right,
solidified.
but it definitely didn't hurt.
No.
Especially in the States here and with a whole new generation of people.
Right.
Right? Like the younger generation, it's like champagne.
Whole new
Then all
generation of
sudden-
humans.
Right.
Will
All of a
that
sudden,
bring
Lil
the
Jon was
wider
like,
name?
some champagne.
No, for real. I'm sure the champagne industry was like, seriously, keep doing it.
Sure. So the thing that
I need to
there's
know is granddaddy, but
actual reason behind champagne being more expensive than your typical wine, but that doesn't mean that all champagne or all sparkling wines are out of your price range.
No,
We
I mean,
never-
cheap sparkling wine that'll give
That's
you a massive
good.
headache.
No,
Oof.
that's not true. Like you can get Chandon wines for
get up, Chris
20
Field.
bucks, and it's not going to give you a headache.
I was
and
talking
it's
about the $6
good
bottles.
stuff. Yeah, but $20. I mean, if you're gonna spring for a decent bottle of wine,
Sure. If it's New Year's Eve,
sure.
why not? That's when I'll toast it. All right, so $20 will get you a good bottle of decent champagne, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Not bad. Or you can spend
Dearest
dollars, thousands, tens of thousands at auction, just like wine if you want some super rare collectible wine
Yeah.
or champagne.
Apparently, $250,000 for a bottle at the Moscow Ritz Carlton.
And that's not even something you drink, right?
If you're a jackass, sure. But I mean, if you have to be a jackass to spend $250,000 on a bottle of champagne anyway, you better drink it, frankly.
But champagne you don't keep, right?
You can. And so there's a lot of misunderstanding about it, right? So a lot of people
Dearest
think
me.
that you keep champagne standing up. You do for about the first month, but if you're keeping it in a cellar,
Brain
you
things
want to
up
keep it
with.
on its side like any bottle of wine. You want the wine touching.
Let's
the
see if I
the
can
reason that
get you
champagne
that
is in
weird.
the bottle, it's just like wine. That cork, it's in there pretty good, but it's not airtight. There's a minimal amount of gas exchange going on, so that the wine, the champagne, continues to
Why
mature
is it
over the
getting
course of
good?
10, 20, 30 years if you
Really?
keep it. The key to champagne apparently is storing it
Do
is
the
to avoid
cylinder.
temperature fluctuations. You want to keep it at about the same temperature for the whole time you have it stored.
So bury it in your backyard
Sure, yeah,
on its side
deep.
and leave it there.
And you will find that all the worms drank it. And you'll be like, worms!
Bury it under the frost line.
And you want to keep it out of the sunlight too.
Well, underground.
But apparently, as it ages, I've never had old champagne, but as it ages, its taste starts to mellow. And it takes on dried fruit, nutty, toasty, honey notes are like the main notes that it hits.
Yeah, we had a bottle.
So there is
that
pointing
all
at the mouse.
We didn't. It was every improper thing we could do, we did.
So,
Including moving it in a hot truck
oh yeah,
from LA to Atlanta.
yeah, that's funny.
A hot moving truck.
Yeah.
I mean, we just don't drink it much, so we just had it. Emily got it as a gift.
If that happens, you just put some fresh squeezed orange juice in there. It's fine. Boom.
Then you got a mimosa.
Yeah,
Then why is
I
this?
have a mimosa occasionally.
that's champagne
I know, and orange juice.
Yeah.
That's the key.
with the orange juice.
Well, I mean, I enjoy mimosa more than just regular champagne.
It's like a whole. It's definitely one of those things that's greater than the sum of its parts.
Yeah.
You know,
Maybe I
honestly,
can
heard
skip
Chuck
this
that,
completely.
those $250,000 bottles of champagne were from a shipwreck that was headed to Russia
Yeah.
to bring champagne to the Tsar's family, and it was shipwrecked. And they discovered it in the 90s, and now they're selling it at the Ritz Carlton.
To what did you say?
Jackasses.
And I think that's the one that's like a collector's piece, right?
I don't know.
You like put it on your wall.
That's not the
Frame it.
I don't know. I don't know what you do with that besides just drink it and hope for the best.
Well, should we talk about drinking it in the proper way to open it and to pour it
Yes, please.
and consume it?
Yeah.
Because if you don't know what you're doing and you've seen too many movies, you might try and pop that cork out across the room.
It's very dangerous.
It is very dangerous, and people get injured, right? Are there deaths? I think.
I didn't see any.
Or is that like a urban legend?
I would guess an urban legend. I could be wrong. I'm thinking if you died from getting hit with a cork, you had a pre-existing condition.
Is that covered?
I don't know. Under Obamacare, sure.
I guess we'll see. So you'll get about 6 flutes if you're pouring properly out of a bottle of champagne. You want to serve it between 40 and 45 degrees.
Celsius or Fahrenheit?
That's Fahrenheit, right?
I don't know.
If you are caught with your pants down at a party,
just go champagne, and it'll get you out of anything.
You want to chill it very quickly. You can put it in an ice bath, and not to get out that yeast plug, but just to make it cold fast, just like you would beer or something.
The neck, you mean?
No, the whole bottle. If you want to serve it,
oh sure,
you got a hot bottle of champagne in your moving truck.
Right.
Throw it in an ice bath for about 20 minutes, and you should be good to go.
Yeah, there's a party trick you can do too, where if you put just the neck in the ice bath, you can use what's called a saber. You can actually use anything. I've seen somebody do it on video with a shoe.
Yeah, you don't even have to freeze it if you're a good saberer.
Yeah, but you kind of want to. You want the neck very, very cold because you want the glass to just crack off cleanly.
Yeah, and what the deal is, if you've ever seen someone, it's called saberage. We mentioned earlier that the champagne bottle is very thick because it's in there at about 90 psi. Where the seam meets the lip, it's about 50% less glass. And so that's a vulnerable area, and that's what makes sabering possible.
Yep.
And so you use, well, like you said, you could use a shoe, I guess, if you're that guy.
Right. But there's traditional sabers. They look like a little sword. They are a little sword.
Yeah.
They just aren't ground to a point or an edge. They're very blunt.
Well,
because the point is using
sure.
blunt force on a weak point of the neck of the bottle.
Yeah, but you can use like a saber can be sharp. You just use the other side of it.
Okay, all right, sure.
And I mean, it's pretty neat to do because you're not like, I think for a while I thought you were just knocking the cork out.
That's what I thought as well.
But you're knocking the glass off.
Yeah, the top lip of the bottle is coming clean off if you're doing it correctly.
And that is also dangerous if you don't know what you're doing because that thing will fly 15, 20 feet or more.
Yeah.
And that's actual glass.
What you want to do is have a sharpshooter handy to shoot it out of the sky before it hurts anybody.
That's right. And have everyone stand behind you.
Yeah, that's the traditional way.
How you really open it is, and this is even if you're not just popping the cork, you might like twist the cork off. You want to twist the bottle. That's sort of the number one rule to open it cleanly and non-dangerously and without wine, champagne, getting all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you open a tonic bottle.
Right. Or soda, anything fizzy.
That's one of our traditions backstage at Stuff You Should Know shows is Josh opens a tonic bottle,
just get it all over,
spews everywhere, and you go, "What's the deal?"
Yeah, every single time.
I think because I have so many lime salads, I know you got to go easy with those tonic bottles.
I do, and it still will spray me. It's almost comical, almost.
No, it's pretty funny. So you're twisting the bottle. If you have a towel, you can hold it over the cork.
Yeah,
but you really don't need it as long as you're kind of holding it with your hand. Right. And twist that bottle. Put your thumb in the punt, as they call it, which is the area at the bottom of the bottle.
The divot?
Yeah, the punt.
The concave part.
Yeah, the punt.
Sure.
So put your thumb in the punt, and then you've got it open, and you tilt the glass, pour it in a little bit, or a little bit more. You want about 3/4 of a flute, and put your pinky up and go to town.
What's going on?
I did a brain stuff on what the best kind of glass for champagne is, and apparently the tulip is. It's a combination between the coupe and the flute. You've probably seen them before.
No, I didn't see that one.
It's a.
Let me go back to what I was doing. I'm trying to figure out exactly why it's getting you to the cylinder.
So the bubbles coming up.
Oh, I was going to play to at that point.
You're just holding there in front of you. When they bubble up to the top, they accumulate into a foam, and that is called mousse, like chocolat mousse. Remember Top Secret?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But it's not that. It's just mousse,
right?
Is what they call it, or foam is another way.
I see.
Actually, when you're creating the second fermentation
Let's do this.
process of the champagne making, what the method champagne was. It's called the prise de mousse, or the foam formation. There's a
And
lot.
that's what slow because if you go too fast, it's going to get everywhere.
Yep.
Like your tonic.
And then you pour it 3/4 full, and you toast and say huzzah, huzzah, huzzah. I think is the traditional thing you're supposed to say. So you like champagne yet?
No, it's just not for me.
That's fine.
Don't feel bad for me.
I won't then. If you want to know more about champagne, go get you some. And in the meantime, you can type that word in the search bar at howstuffworks.com. And since I said search bar, it's time for listener mail.
All right, I'm going to call this one, getting the nomenclature correct. Something we always strive to do and don't always do. Hey guys, let me start by saying you've been listening to your show for 2 years. You've added so much joy, laughter, and knowledge to my life. I know you're always intentional and sensitive about the language you used on your show, and while listening to the MS episode, I noticed something I've heard you two say in the past. I work in suicide prevention and hope to change the culture and reduce the stigma around suicide. As you know, one of the first steps of doing that is
I'm doing it instead of like a berry.
Suicide is very common, of course, and has been used for a very long time. However,
so if I go to
this perpetuates a stigma that there's something bad or wrong with someone who's experiencing thoughts of suicide, making it less likely that they will reach out and ask for help. I want to encourage you to use the word died by suicide or completed suicide as an alternative and more factual term. The American Foundation for Suicide Prevention is a great resource for more information. And of course, I need to plug my own nonprofit I work for, notmykid.org. I appreciate everything you guys do. Please come to Phoenix. I guarantee you will sell out a show there.
Maybe I can do that. I can do that.
Dealer.
Oh, wow.
Stealing Hope.
That's a heck of a AKA.
Yeah, and you know what? I never thought about that, but
that is not true. That is not true. You have because we've been called out on this before.
Really?
Yes, but I think we've even done a listener mail on it before. But it's so ingrained.
I know.
To say commit and then completed just sounds like they finished their homework or something like that.
Right.
But died by suicide, I can get behind that, and I will try. But it's just so hard to not say committed.
What though if you're saying if it hasn't happened, you're saying someone was going to attempting suicide? Okay.
Yeah, I think that one's kosher.
All right, man. I didn't know we've covered this, so I feel bad that I still haven't gotten over that. Then.
Yeah, same here.
All right, I'm gonna work on it.
Yeah, same here. Thanks for calling us out, Hope Dealer. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Sarah.
Keep dealing that hope. Open up your trench coat and be like, "This is what I got."
Right. I'll take a lot of hope.
If you want to get in touch with us to correct us, prod us, whatever, lay it on us.
Wow, you really have to do that.
Radio.com.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
You do it all without breaking a sweat, and you do it all in style. That's why Infiniti fully reimagined the QX60 to help you take on everything with ease. A luxury SUV as functional as it is stylish, as versatile as it is serene. Available features like a panoramic moonroof, ample cargo space, and massaging front seats. Introducing the all-new 2022 Infiniti QX60, designed to help you take on life in style. Visit InfinityUSA.com to learn more. Now with extremely limited availability, contact your local retailer for inventory information. Hey everybody, if you want a great website, you want to do it yourself with no muss, no fuss, turn to Squarespace. They have everything to sell anything. They have the tools that you need to get your business off the ground, including e-commerce templates, inventory management, a simple checkout process, and secure payments. And if you're into analytics, hold on to your hats because Squarespace has everything that you need. Just head to squarespace.com/SYSK and you can get a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use offer code SYSK to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
Welcome to Stuff You Should Know, a production of iHeartRadio.
Hey, and welcome to the podcast. I'm Josh Clark, and there's Charles W. Chuck Bryant, and here's Jerry, and this is Stuff You Should Know.
And over there, the ghost of Marcus Garvey.
Yes. Who, if you are, say, not black, and you are black and you weren't raised to know your black history, you may still be familiar with that name if you're even tangentially interested in reggae music, because he pops up a lot. A lot.
Yeah.
There's a great Burning Spear song called Marcus Garvey.
This is it, we got
covered. It's not that good.
what I'm looking for.
Great. Well, not only him, but also like his teachings pop up a lot in reggae, like in the Peter Tosh song African. It's 100% based on the ideas of Marcus Garvey, as we'll see. So I just wanted to make sure
had a big impact on Rastafarianism.
Yes. So as we'll talk about later, he's basically considered a prophet.
Let's think about this better.
Is thought of among Rastafari as predicting the rise of Rastafarianism 10 years before it happened. So very prophetic. And he did a lot of stuff, a huge amount of stuff. And in fact, Chuck, what I didn't realize, because I'd heard of him before, because I do like Peter Tosh and Burning Spear.
Sure.
But I had no idea that you could put him up as possibly the most impactful black activist in history. He's up there in the top 3 easily.
Yeah, I was reading a essay by one professor that said when he starts his teachings on Garvey, he said he tries to get the students' attention by saying, like, this man started a movement that dwarfed the civil rights movement in number.
Mm-hmm.
And, students are like, huh? Who?
Yeah.
And, he's a very polarizing figure. So depending on who you talk to, I mean, everyone will agree that he was a great orator and rallier of people.
I'm going to see what a brain second.
Historians say that he was a P.T. Barnum-esque charlatan, and a bit pompous and full of himself. And other people might say, no, he was the real deal, and he was a great leader of men and very forward-thinking progressive views on women at a time where especially black women were not thought of as much beyond domestic workers.
Right, I noticed that about him too.
Yeah, and he propped them up, and he was a teetotaler. He didn't believe in alcohol. He was a lot of things.
Yeah, I saw it put very succinctly. He was complicated. He had a lot of views that even if you agreed with his general outlook, you probably view as abhorrent. And you said he was polarizing. He wasn't just polarizing between like the black community and the white community in America, in South America, in the Caribbean, and Africa. He was polarizing within the black community as well. Sure. He made enemies out of a lot of people, including some really prominent black thinkers and eventual civil rights leaders. And one of the reasons why, if you're stepping back as like a person living decades and decades after Marcus Garvey lived, and there was this transition between, blacks under enslavement in America, and then like black people transitioning into, free citizens and having to go through the Jim Crow gauntlet and eventually get to civil rights, living decades and decades after that. It's really easy to see, the black community in America at the turn of the last century, or the last century, up to the 20s or 30s, the times we're talking about, as like this homogenous group that all basically subscribed and thought about the same things. Mm-hmm. But Marcus Garvey is a really great instruction in the fact that that's just such a, you can't paint any one group of people with one brush, and Marcus Garvey represents that, and that he was very conservative, and he represented a conservative way of thinking and a philosophy of how black Americans could move forward in a conservative way, and that put him at odds with like progressive thinkers like W.E.B. Du Bois, who had different ideas for how black people could raise themselves in America as well. So it's good. There's just so much wrapped up in his story. It's going to be difficult to just get it all into one episode.
Yeah, and I guess we should say off the bat that the main lightning rod in his style of radicalism, and why he went up against a lot of leaders in the black community, was while they were saying like, hey, we need to find a way to work within the politics of white America, and we need to have white America assist us with these things so we can pick ourselves up by the bootstraps. Mm-hmm. He was saying, no. We should go back to Africa, and we need our own space, and we shouldn't try to fit into white America and white society. And this was a radical thing and we'll talk about all this in detail, but to do something like, hey, I'd like to meet with a leader of the Ku Klux Klan in Atlanta because we have similar views on going back to Africa and the Back to Africa movement. And that did not sit well within a lot of people in the black community for obvious reasons. Yeah. But he was a radical thinker, and every time I thought they should make a movie about him, like we were always saying, I finally found one where they are making a movie.
Oh, that's good. Who's playing him? Do you know?
I believe it's the guy that was in Black Panther and Us. I can't remember his name.
Sure. Oh, he'd be great.
I think he would, and because Garvey was a sort of a large fellow, mm-hmm. and I think that it's going to focus on something we'll talk about later in the episode, which were the years that why am I completely blanking? The worst American in history.
I don't understand why it's not
J. Edgar Hoover.
J. Edgar Hoover's planting of spies within his own organization. So I think it focuses on those years.
Oh, I can't wait to see it, because that was a pretty insidious set of years for Marcus Garvey, for sure.
Did I call Hoover the worst American?
He's one of them. He's up there with Kissinger, and
boy,
I could go on, but I don't
every time we
do it.
Yeah, I wish we could just paddle him once in a while.
Sure, just bring him back.
Mm-hmm. And I know that's not cool, but we're talking about J. Edgar Hoover here.
Okay, should we just start with sort of the nuts and bolts of who he was and where he was born and raised and all that good stuff?
Totes, he came from Jamaica, and he lived in Jamaica while it was still under British colonial rule. It was under colonial rule for 307 years, and he was born relatively toward the end of it, but still full squarely in it. And
I'm looking at the document
Sarah Jane Richards, who was a household servant. He was born in St. Anne's Bay, Jamaica, which sounds like an idyllic place, in 1887. And although he wasn't, born to wealthy parents, he was educated at a colonial school, and he was kind of bitten by the reading bug from a very early age, and that helped develop him starting pretty young.
Yeah, and the fact that he was Jamaican is one thing that turned a lot of African Americans off, like some of the African American leaders.
I've got an idea for a semi-park.
Jamaican guy, even, like, what does he know about the American experience? Because it's not like he moved to the United States
It'll be like,
5 years old or something like that. Like, he was born and raised Jamaican.
Right. I don't think he moved to the U.S. until he was in his late 20s, maybe.
Yeah, so that was sort of a bit of a
Western
African American leaders at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But he was one of many kids, but the only one who survived into adulthood, and moved to Kingston at 14. And he would
what do you think?
there, which is, I guess he learned the trade pretty well.
Million
This was the kind of work that he did off and on over the years.
Yeah.
I'll get it done tomorrow.
He always considered himself a journalist, I read.
Yeah,
and he
started his own paper.
Yeah, many of them in magazines, and he was a very sharp dude, as demonstrated by that first print shop job, because he started out with no experience whatsoever, and within 2 years he was the foreman of the printing shop. So he was a quick learner. And at some point he decided to start traveling abroad.
Why is this
during some formative years, he ended up in Costa Rica. Because apparently Costa Rica, Panama, these were places that people in the Americas kind of freely traveled to and moved to. And from what I can tell at the time, much the same way that like Europeans move around the EU today. That's
he
the
had family
impression I
there.
have. Yeah. So he moves to Costa Rica. Yeah, he had at least an uncle there, right?
I think so, yeah.
And he got a job on a banana plantation as a timekeeper. And while he was...
I think I'm actually here this episode.
You do it all without breaking a sweat, and you do it all in summation.
Hey, and welcome to the Short Stuff. I'm Shar Josh. There's Shar Chuck. Shar Jerry's here too, and we're just paying around. And this is Short Stuff.
Is that off the top of your head? Please tell me you don't pre-script these.
No, not something that terrible.
Okay.
No.
I see you furiously scribbling now.
Right. He's crossing it out, yeah.
You want to talk Sharpay?
Yeah, I do. I sure do.
It sounds like, you gotta stop. It sounds like, and I didn't look it up, but Sharpays sounds wrong. And it just seems like the plural Sharpay is probably Sharpay.
That's what I take it as, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and it came from China. Originally, the Sharpay breed did. And
yeah, this is a dog, by the way.
It's a dog.
I think every single person who's ever been familiar with dogs is also familiar with Sharpay because they're one of the most unique and unusual looking dogs on the planet because they have huge, floppy, folding skin flaps all over their head and neck and shoulders that differentiates them from basically every other dog. They make bloodhounds hang their jowls in shame. They have that many folds and flaps of skin.
That's right. And by the way, this comes from Patty Rasmussen at HowStuffWorks.
Ever been familiar with dogs is also familiar with Sharpay because they're one of the most unique and unusual looking dogs on the planet because they have huge, floppy, folding skin flaps all over their head and neck and shoulders that differentiates them from basically every other dog. They make bloodhounds hang their jowls in shame. They have that many folds and flaps of skin.
That's right. And by the way, this comes from Patty Rasmussen at HowStuffWorks.com.
Mm-hmm.
And you said it came from China originally, the breed. And in Chinese, it translates to sand skin.
The plural of translate is translate.
To sand skin. And a fully grown Sharpay is, they're pretty big, between 45 and 60 pounds,
Mm-hmm.
a couple of feet tall. Those folds, like you said, are unmistakable. They're kind of light brownish in color, although they can be
doing this for no reason.
different shades and different colors.
Yeah, they also have a really prominent, big, stout muzzle, too, that really fits them. It seems appropriate to the rest of their body size, but it's also unique. But you only notice the muzzle after you notice all the skin folds. And then after you notice the muzzle, you'll notice they have these tiny little kind of soft eyes that are made even softer by the huge flaps and folds of skin hanging around them. They just kind of have this sweet kind of droopy look about them that makes you want to just come up and just you know.
Yeah, and as we'll see here in a few minutes, all the skin action around the eyes can cause a lot of problems, sadly.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is like it's super cute and super sweet, but the dog's like, please call the police.
Right. So let's talk about these folds.
It's
They
not
actually
just big.
interviewed for this article. Patty Rasmussen interviewed Dr. Kirsten Lindblad Toe of Uppsala University in Sweden. That's some pretty good digging.
Yeah, for sure.
And apparently, Dr. Lindblad Toe knows all about these folds and where they come from. And it comes from something called hyaluronin. And this is like a gel. It's described as a gel around the cells in the skin. And Shar-Peis just have a lot of this stuff accumulating basically in the skin.
I'll be right
And
back.
that may sound familiar to you if you have anything like a skincare regime, because hyaluronic acid is having a real moment right now and has for a few years.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but this is the actual stuff that kind of pads and makes the cells kind of floppy and elastic and gives them kind of buoyancy and bounciness and vibrancy and youth and CoverGirl and all that stuff. And all of it is produced at bottom by the hyaluronic acid synthase 2 gene. And it turns out that Shar-Pei dogs. No, Chuck. Now that I was about to say it, I think Shar-Peis work.
Okay.
Oh man.
Oh,
Shar-Peis work. So the Shar-Peis have hyaluronic synthase 2 genes basically on steroids.
That's right. And so you're getting way too much accumulation of it, and that's what produces the wrinkles. It's really, they figured it out. And this is the kind of thing that Shar-Pei lovers love. They buy these dogs for a lot of money. And I guess maybe we'll take a break and we'll tell you a little bit about the breed and what they're like as dogs.
It's like an old man wrapped in a dog's body. Are you like an old man in a dog?
Introducing the all-new, fully reimagined 2022 Infiniti QX60. It's a luxury SUV designed to help you take on life in style and to help you take on everything with ease.
Next to your home, your vehicle is one of the places you spend a good amount of your life. Sometimes driving can be exhilarating, but sometimes not so much. Maybe you commute to work, you have orders that need to be taken to appointments, sports practice, of course, jobs. These things are all important to us, but the journey itself can be peaceful, or it can ratchet up your stress level.
Yeah, and whether you're driving in the city, the highway, or the mountains, you never really know what the next trip is going to throw at you. You could be on your way to the kids' orchestra recital and find yourself stuck in mind-numbing traffic halfway there. Or maybe you have back-to-back conference calls on your way to the office, and staying connected is paramount.
Infiniti created the all-new 2022 QX60 to do two things exceptionally well. It conquer whatever life throws your way, and it makes your time on the road feel pleasant and luxurious. It's got the right premium features so that getting places is no longer such a big deal. It might even take some stressors and annoyances off the table entirely.
Yeah, like
send it forward, but not to the dogs are getting annoying.
No notice beforehand. Well, with 3 rows of leather-appointed seating and a panoramic moonroof, you and your colleagues will get there in style. It's your call who gets to enjoy the available massaging seats in the front, though.
And a one-touch second row feature makes it easy to get into the third row without anyone kneeing themselves in the face by accident. And there's even a special air purifying system that helps reduce odors, allergens, and particulates.
Yep, the fully reimagined QX60 has tons of available features.
I think I know what's happening.
Massaging front seats, and of course, ample cargo space to handle your hauls with ease. So go check out the all-new, fully reimagined 2022 Infiniti QX60 at InfinitiUSA.com. Now with extremely limited availability. Contact your local retailer for inventory information. You know, it is super important to save money right now.
I can use business
because inflation isn't doing any of us any favors right now. It's harder than ever to stay profitable.
Exclusive exclusive discounts and great rates on shipping from USPS and UPS, and you're going to put a lot of money back into your pocket.
Yep, Stamps.com saves you not only money, but also time and stress. For more than 20 years, Stamps.com has been indispensable for over 1 million businesses. That's because it gives you access to all the post office and UPS shipping services you need right from your computer. Plus, you can get discounts you can't find anywhere else, like 30% off USPS rates and 86% off UPS.
So start mailing and shipping with Stamps.com and keep more money in your pocket every day. Sign up with our promo code STUFF for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts. Just go to Stamps.com, click on the microphone at the top of the homepage, and enter code STUFF.
Maybe I'm doing the wrong one, should just be this one.
What do they like, Josh? You got 8 Sharpays.
That's true. Each one more cuddly than the last.
That's right.
No, I have one Momo, and she is in no way Shar-Pei, although she is Shih Tzu, so I guess she's, from the...
Seems to be working.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah.
Why isn't it one of the
Shar-Pei is apparently it's a good dog if you're looking for a loyal dog.
We're going to work on that.
Really play well with other dogs and doesn't like strangers. That seems to be one of the big tenets of the Shar-Pei breed.
Yeah, it is a big tenet, and I'm sure we'll hear from Shar-Pei owners that will either kind of verify this or tell us like we've got it all wrong because their dog is nothing like this. But one thing you're gonna want to be accustomed to and up for is maybe a little more vet care than you would your average mutt street dog, because Shar-Pei, because of the unique situation with the HAS2 gene, there can be a lot of there's sort of a host of problems that can happen to the Shar-Pei.
Yeah, and
a lot of them have to do with the eyes.
Yeah, well, yeah, and it ultimately goes back to the skin folds. Like, so the eyes themselves can have all sorts of problems, but if you really kind of look into it, it seems to be from skin pressing up against the eyes, coming in contact with the eyes. There's one where the dog can actually go blind from the skin just pressing on his or her retina for so long. That there's also like because they have that kind of sand skin, it's kind of coarse. A fold of that turned inward onto their cornea over probably is going to damage their cornea, and that's another issue you can have. So just from skin coming in contact with the eyes, but they also have other stuff that, like, the eyes themselves can just be kind of weak or insturdy, and that's just one very common widespread problem that Shar-Peis have. They also have a lot of genetic disorders too, and again, it has to do with hyaluronic acid.
Oh, is the fever disease linked to that too?
That's what I took it as. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Let's see that the study does link that gene.
No, that's not what I want to do.
Disease. They sometimes even call it
world's deepest point was on this is probably.
And it seems to just come out of nowhere. The dog will get feverish and sort of listless. And apparently that hyaluronan, is to blame for this periodic disease, as well as some like autoimmune issues.
Yeah, and then there's also Shar-Pei autoinflammatory disease, or SPADE with an I, and it has all sorts of stuff in addition to fever: arthritis, dermatitis, ear infections, organ infections. Just a whole host of problems. And again, it has to do with that mutation that, leads to these skin flaps that's been selected for more and more over generations and generations of Shar-Peis. I guess the breeders had no idea that they were also selecting for the most genetically unsound of the bunch too, as far as this autoimmune disorder goes.
Yeah, it's sort of like the bulldogs.
Mm-hmm.
Having trouble breathing, even.
Right.
They've been bred so their noses have been bred so smashed up against their face.
I remember reading not that long ago, Chuck, that I believe in the 19th century the bulldogs had a reputation like pit bulls have today, that they were brutal, vicious dogs, and there was a big public outcry about them as a breed to basically just destroy the entire breed. And to avoid that, bulldog breeders bred them. They started selecting them to be way more mellow, way less physically capable of like violence, and just generally nicer and happier. And so we have the bulldog today, which basically in no way resembles the bulldog of the 19th century.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
We should do something on the pit bull at some point too, because those were nanny dogs. Pit bulls are great.
Okay.
Love those dogs. I've had those dogs.
Mm.
So as far as the Shar-Pei being a good dog in the house, like you said, they are very loyal. So they're great in that aspect. The AKC says that, the puppies might be better if you have older kids, so they might be a little rambunctious.
Mm-hmm.
They're really smart. They're pretty independent, but they are loyal. I think initially they were hunters and guard dogs. So, they're going to take some training. They do suggest
Why is it what dear? What the fuck?
and that they typically aren't great with other dogs and strangers. So it sounds like one of those breeds where you kind of got your hands full. If you're a Shar-Pei lover, I'm sure that you know what you're getting into, but they sound like they're not the easiest dog to have.
No, but I have a feeling that if you are a Shar-Pei lover, you don't care and love them entirely. So that's cool.
Exactly. They're interesting looking animals, I will say that.
Yeah, you did a call out for Shar-Pei owners, so I want to second that. If you have a Shar-Pei, tell us all about your dog. We want to hear.
Please do.
And in the meantime, we're just going to say that Short Stuff is out.
I don't understand.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Yes, it's going to be trying to go to the actual point. So right now I'm trying to eat it. I'm trying to go to the point when it's within a certain distance.
That's why Infinity fully
Are
reimagined
outside of a certain distance.
take on everything with ease. A luxury SUV as functional as it is stylish, as versatile as it is serene. Available features like a panoramic moonroof,
Problem is,
and massaging front seats. Introducing the all-new 2022
it seems to
60, designed to help you take on life in style. Visit InfinityUSA.com to learn more. Now with extremely limited
care about like the picture so you can see how the
information.
Welcome.
will
to
are
Stuff You Should
affected.
Know
Why is it 7 here?
on
I
iHeartRadio.
don't.
Hey, and welcome to the podcast. I'm Josh, and there's Chuck. And this
Let
is
me
Stuff
do
You
something.
Should Know. And that's it right there.
The Mystery of Coal.
You like that title I came up with? It's a working title, but now I guess
I
it's
like
the
it.
official title.
I like it because I thought, well, what could be the mystery of coal? And now I know.
It's earth science, so I find it jazzmatastic. But
Hey, this is one of the only sciences I can really get into.
so did this one suck you in then, I guess?
It sucked me in like a fallen branch into the depths of a peat bog.
Oh my gosh, that was some great foreshadowing, man. I can't wait for 40 seconds from now when we start talking about that part. But first, we got to tell everybody we're talking about coal. The title's correct, it's apt, it's accurate, and there is a mystery to the coal, which we'll get to, but there's a lot more to coal than just the mystery behind it. And actually, the way that coal forms is super interesting. And it's been forming for a really long time. And it turns out, Chuck, humans have been using it for a really long time. There's evidence that the the people who inhabited China all the way back 5,500 years ago were burning coal that they found around the surface as fuel, which is pretty
and
impressive.
tailgating.
That's right. They were tailgating?
Sure. Burning coal, cooking up meat.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, they were big time. They had wooden pickup trucks that they would cook out of the back of.
Remember the stainless steel pickup trucks at the Atlanta Olympics?
I have still never seen video of that. You
Yeah,
just
boy.
talked about it like it was some.
I've mentioned it before, haven't I?
phantasmagoria
Yeah, it's so
nightmare.
embarrassing.
Yeah, for sure. No, you definitely have.
Anyway, none of that has to do with wooden pickup trucks. This is what we're here for.
No, it has to do with coal. So let's just say about 5,500 years ago, we started taking coal from the ground and burning it. And on a very small scale, that's a pretty clever thing to do. Unfortunately, as we'll see, we've really kind of taken that to the nth degree, starting in the Industrial Revolution. and it poses a lot of problems for the atmosphere that we'll talk about. But more to the point, because it takes so long to form coal, the rate that we're burning it at far outpaces the rate that it's being made at, which makes coal a non-renewable resource, which we kicked off 5,500 years ago. But now, finally, Chuck, we've arrived to that thing you foreshadowed on, and that's how coal is made. So if you want to have a grasp on how long it takes to make coal, we're going to explain it step by step.
That's right. And I referenced peat bogs at the beginning, and people might have thought, what in the world is he even talking about with that?
Sure.
And why is Josh so excited that Chuck referenced that? And here's the answer. Peat is where coal begins. And peat is like, sort of loose layers of all kinds of plant and mineral gobbledygook that accumulates in the forest in these swampy areas called peat swamps. You might call them bogs or mires, depending on where you live in the world. But these are wetlands that have really great conditions to swallow up a fallen branch or a plant or something like that, or a dead animal, and have it slowly sink down to the bottom and kind of protect it from, not completely from erosion, but from erosion that would happen if it was on land.
Right. So like so the reason why it's protected from that, from decomp, like how a body decays, or like on the body farm at University of Tennessee, or if you're talking about a wild animal in the forest, or a mouse that got into your attic, or a
University of Texas.
all of that stuff decomposes, right? It doesn't really decompose in the swamp, because a swamp, by definition, has basically stagnant water. Not much goes on in a swamp, strangely enough. Everything's just kind of very slow motion, biologically and geologically speaking. So that water, because it lacks oxygen, it's not a really great place for the microbes that carry out decomposition on planet Earth to live, because they need oxygen to carry out those functions, to eat things and decompose them. And so the swamp water, being stagnant and oxygen poor, acts basically as a preservative for the stuff that lived along the swamp and has now died and fallen into the swamp and settled on the bottom, creating what's lovingly known as muck.
That's right. And the really important part here, you might be saying, like, big deal, a bunch of stuff falls to the bottom.
That is what I mean.
Really, really slowly decomposes, if at all. The really important part here, and this is how we get to coal, which ultimately leads to why we have problems with climate change, is that carbon is locked down in place in the bottom of that swamp with that muck. It's just sitting there. It's not, if it was on dry land and it was a dead, I don't like that we keep saying dead deer, dead mouse, sure. It would decompose regularly, and there would be an exchange of carbon happening pretty readily. But that's not the case at the bottom of a peat bog. That carbon is staying locked in, and that carbon will eventually become the energy that we need.
They have body farms there.
Precisely. So there is some decomposition that happens, right? It's like if you look at swamp muck that eventually becomes peat, that eventually becomes coal, that swamp muck, you can't really make out like a fish or a tree limb or anything like that after a while. So
sure,
there is some decomposition, but the upshot of it is it doesn't fully decompose like it would if microbes got onto it on land, like you were saying. And that decomposition that microbes carry out, it unlocks all those chemical bonds that store chemical energy. It breaks up all of those constituent elements and compounds that make up those bonds. And then it spreads them out so that other plants can come along and use them. That doesn't happen in swamp muck. It just gets trapped, frozen in time.
Basically, all they do is put people out there and with him.
So what? How does this make any sense? I'm reeling from all of this information. Well, just settle down, because we're getting to the next most important part. And that is that if you look at a swamp, say the Okefenokee or swamps in Indonesia, if you went back far enough, you would probably be looking at something much deeper and more watery, like a pond or a lake. And those ponds and lakes end up filling in over time, right?
Yeah, they start at the banks like you would think, and stuff drops in the shallow areas and starts accumulating. And that and we're talking over the course of a long period of time. It's not like you're going to turn a lake into a swamp inside, a couple hundred years.
Yeah, just try it.
Yeah, I've tried. Trust me, it's not working. But that just expands further and further toward the middle. Eventually, that lake does turn into a swamp, and eventually that's going to turn into dry land. But that muck, that deposit, and that muck remains there, but it's now got earth on top of it, like dry earth, and that's a lot of compression. That's a lot of weight, and that's a lot of soil. And depending on, and we'll get to this in a second, but depending on how deep you are and how much weight and how much pressure is on top of you as muck, you're going to turn into different things, different kinds of coal.
Yeah, definitely. So that pressure that you mentioned, that's like the key ingredient in transforming muck to peat to coal. And
we talked a little bit about this in the diamonds episode, I think.
We had to have, definitely, because eventually you get beyond coal to graphite, and then ostensibly from graphite onto diamonds.
Yeah, from heat and pressure.
Right, exactly. And that's so diamonds, I guess, start out as swamp muck too, and coal is kind of like the middle part of that long, lengthy process from muck to diamond, basically.
Right.
But the
great album title, by the way.
What was it?
From Muck to Diamond.
Oh, nice. That is good. I think that's like if your band is really terrible at first, but then just gets better and better. There's your greatest hits album title.
Or if you're Neil Diamond and you really want to be on the nose.
Right. But is there a muck who is
was he ever muck?
No, is there like a muck in the music world that he could have been doing?
Started out because that was in another episode as a writer in the Brill Building.
Mary Plus, yes.
What's it called?
Tin Pan Alley?
Tin Pan Alley.
Neil Diamond did?
He was a Tin Pan Alley guy. So he was never muck.
How old is he? Like 150?
He's 104.
Man, I don't remember that little fact.
He's on his way to true diamond.
That's he is. He's graphite right now.
Yeah.
Now is he really has behaving.
So as more and more earth just gets deposited through the processes of erosion and deposition, and like rivers spring up and like flood their banks and spread out stuff, like more and more earth like builds up over that deposit of swamp muck that got laid down.
Oh, really? That doesn't make sense.
As more and more builds up above it, there's more and more weight and pressure pushing down and compressing and condensing it. And eventually that...
I think I need to use this position.
You can't just say that's really old peat, because the pressure is so tremendous, and the heat, it's kind of like it cooks the peat into coal. So the heat and the pressure actually make it go through like a biogeochemical transformation, and it becomes a sedimentary rock, something that's not at all peat. It used to be peat, but now it's something totally different. It's undergone a metamorphosis, which is pretty neat.
Yeah, I mean,
so why is the distance going down?
All the impurities are squeezed out, and you're left
just closer to the camera.
Those chemical bonds. And this is a thing, and it's called coalification, and there's no better titled thing. And
my misunderstanding how the distance works is your guess the distance.
Straightforward.
The process of turning muck to peat is peatification.
Yeah, I think you should just add ification onto every word to make it really easy to understand.
Right. Neil Diamond.
I will make you bend to my will.
Ification.
Yeah, that's great. Now, we just became in earth science.
Should we take a break?
Yeah, and then we'll come back and talk about the different types of coal. How
The
about
distance represents the magnitude of the vector from the ray's origin to the impact point.
Introducing the
doesn't seem like it's being very accurate.
To Infiniti QX60. It's a luxury SUV designed to help you take on life in style and to help you take on everything with ease.
Next to your home, your vehicle is one of the places you spend a good amount of your life. Sometimes driving can be exhilarating, but sometimes not so much. Maybe you commute to work, you have family members that need to be taken to appointments, sports practice, of course, jobs. These things are all important to us, but the journey itself can be peaceful, or it can ratchet up your stress level.
Yeah, and whether you drive mostly in the city, the highway, or the mountains, you never really know what the next trip is going to throw at you. You could be on your way to the kids' orchestra recital and find yourself stuck in mind numbing traffic halfway there. Or maybe you have back to back conference calls on your way to the office, and staying connected is paramount.
Infiniti created the all-new 2022 QX60 to do two things exceptionally well. It helps you conquer whatever life throws your way, and it makes your time on the road feel pleasant and luxurious. It's got the right premium features so that getting places is no longer such a big deal. It might even take some stressors and annoyances off the table entirely.
Yeah, like sometimes that one-on-one with the client turns into a full team meeting with no notice beforehand. Well, with 3 rows of leather-appointed seating and a panoramic moonroof, you and your colleagues will get there in style. It's your call who gets to enjoy the available massaging seats in the front, though.
And a one-touch second row feature makes it easy to get into the third row without anyone kneeing themselves in the face by accident. And there's even a special air purifying system that helps reduce odors, allergens, and particulates.
Yep, the fully reimagined QX60 has tons of available features, including that panoramic moonroof, massaging front seats, and of course, ample cargo space to handle your hauls with ease. So go check out the all-new, fully reimagined 2022 Infiniti QX60 at InfinityUSA.com. Now with extremely limited availability. Contact your local retailer for inventory information.
When you're an independent, your clients are the business, and delivering a great client experience is the name of the game. That's why HoneyBook brings all the steps of your process together under one roof. Your services, proposals, contracts, questionnaires, invoices, scheduling, payments, and more. A wonderful client experience is yours to deliver from start to finish. That's HoneyBook. Use code ONLY1 to get started for $1 per month at honeybook.com. Terms apply.
All right, we're back. We promised talk of different types of coal. If when you last left us, Pete has been squeezed out underground, and we're talking. I don't even think we said about 2.5 to 6.25 miles beneath the earth. So it's a long way down.
It takes like that much compression to really start
That's
to
right.
turn peat into coal.
Right. So don't go digging a 10-foot deep hole, throw some sediment in there, and expect anything to happen.
Right. Because also, I don't know if we said this or not, but this process that we're talking about takes place over millions to hundreds of millions of years, depending on the situation and conditions.
That's right. Long, long time. And so there are a few different things that this coal can turn into, or the peat can turn into, a few different types of coal. The first one is lignite. It is crumbly still at this point, and it's not black yet. It's sort of brownish, and you can still sort of see parts of the original plant material when it's lignite.
Right. After that is bituminous coal. And that's the coal that most people are familiar with. It's far and away the most widely used coal, most widely mined coal. There's just a lot of it on Earth. And that's just coal that's been cooking and pressed longer than lignite.
It's still known as soft, though, but it's not soft like to the touch.
No, it's just compared to the next step,
Exactly.
anthracite, it's soft.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's called soft coal. And then the next step after that coal is left alone for much, much longer. And then there's again, you've added some sort of heat source. It's either that that original deposit of swamp muck has been pushed down further and further closer to the Earth's core, so that it's just warmer there than it is towards the surface, or it happened to be deposited near like volcanic activity. So there's that kind of heat. So you got some heat. It's like it's in an oven, and the pressure, after a long enough time, you eventually come up with anthracite. And anthracite is like the money coal.
Right. And that is officially hard coal. But it doesn't stop there. I think you mentioned something about Neil Diamond turning into graphite.
I'm going to go in and brush this to the guys like you some people.
Oh, graphite, that sounds great. Like that must be the slowest burning best coal on the planet. But it's really not true, because graphite, their bonds, the energy bonds are so strong that it takes a lot of energy to break those up. So like regular soft coal, and I think even anthracite, you can ignite it without a ton of energy.
Right.
But it's going to take a lot of energy to ignite graphite.
Yeah, and that anthracite is sweet,
Well-
sweet stuff. It doesn't take much energy to ignite it. Has a low flame. It's low smoke. It's just beautiful stuff.
It's just it's behaving very weird.
Bituminous coal that we.
In the case of football,
Yeah, it's not. Nobody likes it.
No.
So
the distance represents the backbone of the vector from the ray's origin to the...
about oil. You know.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out that oil and coal undergo virtually the same processes. It's just the location of where they started out and then the source material that really makes them differ. So coal, as we've seen, is made in swampy areas from land-based plants, and oil is just made in marine areas from sea-based life, basically.
Yeah, it's really remarkable how, and I remember when we talked about like where oil comes from, it's a bit of a mind-blowing thing to understand. And I feel like coal kind of completes the picture for me, at least.
Yeah, coal.
It just depends on where it is.
Right, or how it started too.
Well, yeah, I mean that's where it was when it started.
I gotcha.
Like Tin Pan Alley.
Poor Neil Diamond. So
I had a feeling he would make an appearance. I don't know why.
I guess because we were talking graphite. Once you talk graphite, you're half a skip away from talking about Neil Diamond.
Because everyone knows he has gold records, platinum records, and a whole wall full of graphite.
That's right. So it's not just us who understands coal. Like we're just basically reporting what science has figured out. Science has a pretty great understanding of how coal forms, the processes it undergoes, all that stuff.
Like that you needed to point that out.
So,
hello, I'll drag this over here so it look like I'm looking at nothing.
This seam actually probably came here. And we've got a little yarn we can tell you guys about where one lode in particular, one major coal seam came from. And the whole thing started all the way back in the Carboniferous period, which was really wet and really, really warm. I think the average global temperature for the first half of the Carboniferous period was like 68 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 20 Celsius.
Okay.
That doesn't sound very warm, but
No.
consider that 2020, I think it was like the second hottest year on record.
Mm-hmm.
The global temperature was 58.76 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is a good 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer on average. That's a lot warmer for a global temperature.
It is, and it's hard to wrap your head around a global temperature, but yeah, that's everything.
Right.
Not just where you live, because when I first saw these numbers, I was like, could that be correct? But yeah, you don't kind of, when you think of global average.
Just using his distance.
Not just taking the equator into account, you're also taking the poles into account. You're mixing it all together, carrying the one. A bell goes off when you finally reach the answer, and there you go.
That's right. And there were a lot of swamps back in those days, obviously, and a lot of them were around where the equator is, so it was going to be especially hot there.
Mm-hmm.
And one in particular near the equator was straddling, and I know we've talked a lot about tectonic plates in myriad episodes, including the volcanoes one, but one of them straddled a plate boundary right where a couple of these plates met. And I guess we should say where it is.
It seems like one of those issues where I'm sure if I sleep on it, I understand.
And then Gondwana, which is present-day Africa, South America, Australia, and India.
Maybe I should work on something else and come back.
Plates do when they meet and say,
yeah, I can do that. I want to make.
Ranges are formed, and we know this is how mountain ranges are formed. But this particular mountain range was formed and then kept moving until it eventually became the Appalachian Mountains.
Right. And so as these massive supercontinents collided with one another and pushed into one another and created this mountain range, as the land that made the mountains went up, the land on either side of those mountains bowed down.
I want to make it to where is invisible boundaries.
That's really important because when that process took place, and it's not like they just ran into each other like a car crash or anything. This took place over a really long time, but it was enough that it was dropping huge amounts of swamp muck and vegetation deep below the earth at a much faster rate than the succession of a lake to a pond to a swamp to dry land happens.
Right.
So it was dropping a bunch of swamp muck down on either side of it. And that, as that mountain range moved forward and settled in the northeastern United States and southern part of Canada, it took those deposits with them, and then it baked and cooked for a couple 100 million years. And now you have the coal seams up in the Appalachians right now.
That's right. And this is no mystery. Like, it makes a lot of sense. We know why a lot of coal was formed then. It was the first part of the Carboniferous period, which is called the Mississippian Epoch. And like we said, it was really warm, and sea levels were a lot higher than they are now. And a lot of the land was underwater. There was a lot of sea, a lot of marine environment.
I think we can do this with
This
pleasure.
was at the beginning. The Pennsylvania epoch came next.
God
And this
bless
is
it.
when temperatures cooled down, and this was kind of the latter half of the Carboniferous period. That seawater is locked up in the ice toward the poles. The seawater retreats, and this is where you got those big swamps. And this is, the Pennsylvanian epoch was when basically there was a huge spike in what would become coal.
Yeah, so it makes total sense, and we understand why a huge deposition of the world's coal came from this particular epoch of the Carboniferous period. Because before that, everything was too much underwater for there to be swamps, and you need swamps to create coal, right? But the thing is, there's a mystery in that shortly after the end of the Pennsylvanian period or epoch of the Carboniferous period, that deposition of coal just drops off suddenly. So it's almost like there's this one slice of Earth's natural geological history where most of the coal that we find in the entire world was created. There's some before that. There's some still going on today. Coal's still being made, but the bulk of it, the vast majority, happened during this. And why it started then, no mystery. Why it stopped around then, that has been a long-standing mystery. And here is, of course, where we get to the mystery of coal.
That's right. And to explain the mystery, I guess we got to get to sort of the second part of why there was so much coal, and that was due to the giant plants all of a sudden that were happening during the Pennsylvanian epoch. It was just a lot of new plant diversity, and they were really, really big plants. They
But I
separated
am
a lot of the
God.
CO2 in the atmosphere, emitted a lot of oxygen, and that made the plants grow big. And those big plants fell over into these swamps.
5 and 5 all years on the scale. So 5 plus 5.
If you have a lot of material all of a sudden and a lot bigger material, then you can eventually get more coal. So we know all this stuff, and that's all well and good. But scientists started to look around again and say, like, we need to try and figure out, and I guess, it's an understanding of what happened in the past so we can understand what may happen in the future.
It's a meta-narrative.
It is a meta-narrative. And so to get there, to the mystery, we have to explain what lignin is, right?
Yeah, so one of the reasons all those plants were allowed to get so huge wasn't just that they sucked up all the CO2, it's that apparently around this time, lignin appeared on Earth. And lignin is what gives plant cell walls their sturdiness, their hardiness, makes it difficult for them to break down after they die, after they fall over and hit the swamp floor.
Right.
And so they said, okay, lignin came around then. Maybe the reason why there was so much coal being laid down during that period and then it tapered off is because lignin showed up before anything that could break down lignin appeared on Earth. And then once that stuff came along, the deposition of coal dropped off dramatically. And that's what's called the white rot appearance theory of where our coal came from or went.
That's right. And it sounds so boring to, the regular person on the street. But if you're an earth scientist, well, you think it sounds pretty interesting?
White rot theory? Yeah. I think that sounds amazingly interesting.
I feel like it's the theory title that only an earth scientist would love. But you're also an earth science wonk, so of course you're gonna.
I guess
it's gonna turn your crank. You know what I mean?
I guess my crank is spinning a million miles an hour right now.
So they had this theory, and they started looking back, and the U.S. Department of Energy said, and this was in 2012, they came out with a theory and said, hey, I bet you anything
Oh,
there
oh,
was some kind of fungus that came on the
oh,
scene that could take care of lignin like nothing else before it could take care of. And they said, I bet you dollars to donuts that this made an appearance right
I
about
need
that
to
same
face
time.
me the right way.
And they went back and checked, and they were right.
Yeah, they analyzed the genomes of a ton of different fungi from a class of fungi called wood decay fungi, which really lives up to its name. It's
Yes.
one of the few things on Earth that is capable of breaking down lignin. But boy, can it! Like if you've ever seen a bunch of weird shingle-like mushrooms growing out of the side of a fallen tree,
Why is that?
Yeah.
that's a type of wood decay fungi. And if you
So let's really should affect everything.
just crumbled in your hands, that was because of the fungi. You can thank it for that dry rot. So they're really good at it, but they're doing that today. And they came along at some point in time. And when they
But it's supposed to be Godfin. I don't know why it's not Godfin.
mushroom-bearing fungus. They
That's
say,
just
you
true,
know
but
what? I
can't
think
find-
this actually came along toward the end of the Carboniferous period, beginning of the Permian period, and this is probably the reason why all of that.
Missy up everybody here it is your sir.
All of a sudden.
Right, because now you have a situation where instead of
The
dropping
not
off
Godfin.
falling into a swamp, largely decomposed and sitting there forever, you've got it falling down and
Let's
the fungus
make it-
doing its thing, just like we see more of today.
Yeah.
People
Jumped on
jumping.
like the bunny from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. That's how they pounce.
Is this a good time for a break?
I guess so, but I think we need to throw a little cliffhanger in there, Chuck, because there's a lot of scientists out there that say not so fast. You can take your white rot theory and shove it, because I'm not convinced.
I think that's a great cliffhanger.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back.
It's a miss one way, so they have to face the right way.
Introducing the all-new, fully reimagined 2022 Infiniti QX60. It's a luxury SUV designed to help you take on life in style and to help you take on everything with ease.
Next to your home, your vehicle is one of the places you spend a good amount of your life. Sometimes driving can be exhilarating, but sometimes not so much. Maybe you commute to work, you have family members that need to be taken to appointments, sports practice, of course, jobs. These things are all important to us, but the journey itself can be peaceful or it can ratchet up your stress level.
Yeah, and whether you drive mostly in the city, the highway, or the mountains, you never really know what the next trip is going to throw at you. You could be on your way to the kids' orchestra recital and find yourself stuck in mind-numbing traffic halfway there. Or maybe you have back-to-back conference calls on your way to the office, and staying connected is paramount.
Infiniti created the all-new 2022 QX60 to do two things exceptionally well. It helps you conquer whatever life throws your way, and it makes your time on the road feel pleasant and luxurious. It's got the right premium features so that getting places is no longer such a big deal. It might even take some stressors and annoyances off the table entirely.
Yeah, like sometimes that one-on-one with the client turns into a full team meeting with no notice beforehand.
It doesn't lie, don't bottom line.
In a panoramic moonroof, you and your colleagues will get there in
It's the dearest thing ever seen. The game here needs to be moved backwards.
And a one-touch second row feature makes it easy to get into the
Look at that man game here.
kneeing themselves in the face by accident. And there's even a special air purifying system that helps reduce odors,
Too
allergens,
far.
and particulates.
Yep, the fully reimagined QX60 has tons of available features, including that panoramic moonroof, massaging front seats, and of course, ample cargo space to handle your hauls with ease. So go check out the all-new, fully reimagined 2022 Infiniti QX60 at InfinitiUSA.com. Now with extremely limited availability. Contact your local retailer
You'll
for
see that.
inventory information. Okay, so some scientists have made the white rot theorists cry. Secretly in the bathroom at work, not openly, but they...
Why is it going to the item that I'm covering over this thing is really pissing me off. If I shift the end can't go up to that one.
That,
So there's going to be a change. So
ancestors showed up around the end of the Carboniferous period. It's possible. But that's not to say that there's nothing that could break down lignin that existed before that. So maybe there was something already, and you can actually see evidence of it from fossilized plant material that are partially decayed. How would they have been at all decayed if there wasn't anything that could break down lignin before white rock came along?
Yeah, so something was breaking stuff down. This may have sped it up or whatever, but something was already happening.
Right.
And it appears, and let me know if have the wrong take on this.
Okay.
But it appears what they're saying as an alternate theory is maybe there was not a big drop off, more so than there was just a weird anomalous spike.
Yeah.
Because of these tectonic plates crashing together, and all of a sudden it happened to happen where all this swampland was, and that just really sped things up. So what we saw then was like what we're seeing today maybe is more on the order of just kind
What's
of
the meaning?
and there was just a big spike because there was a big spike because of these tectonic plates happening, and all of a sudden this huge deposits of stuff in the swampland being buried underground.
Yeah, like that's precisely right. That we've been looking at it the wrong way. It's not like that was the normal process of coal making. It just so happened that there was this period of time in Earth's history where the conditions were perfectly right to make a bunch of coal all at once, and that window eventually closed, and the continents broke up, and they took their coal seams with them around the world.
This is the stuff that really fascinates me about earth sciences is sort of the sliding doors thing. Like, had that not happened, we would not have had coal on the order that we have today at all. And like, how would that have changed the world, and how would that have changed the Industrial Revolution?
Absolutely.
Or maybe prevented the Industrial Revolution from happening, because I guess we'd still be burning wood.
I guess, who knows? We'd have figured out how to burn diamonds, maybe.
Yeah, it's just really interesting that this, tectonic plates millions and millions of years ago, ends up affecting, like, well, as we'll see, the Earth's climate today, but how we get around in the world, and like the energy we consume.
And not just tectonic plates, but the happenstance that there was the
Very
appearance of lignin, which allowed all of this stuff all these plants to diversify and explode in size, and that
it's fascinating.
And that, it is. It took all of these different little factors to make the coal that we see today so abundant. Because if that hadn't happened, if we didn't have these abundant deposits, who knows where we would be or what we would be doing for energy. And that is the thing, because we are definitely using a lot of coal for energy, and as a result we're there's really no other way to put it. It's definitely not just because of coal, but coal has definitely been a huge culprit because we've been using it for so long. Again, it powered the Industrial Revolution, and then also because it is just such a dirty energy source.
It is. But here's the thing. When used as an energy source, it's a dirty energy source. If that coal were not extracted, and it just, the plant matter fell into the swamp, and it decomposed very slowly down there, and eventually became the 3 stages of coal, or I guess the 4 stages of coal, it would just stay, that CO2 would stay locked down in there.
Yes.
It's it actually acts as a sequesterer, I guess, to keep that carbon locked underground, where it would have stayed had it not been for us.
Yeah, so that makes it a carbon sink.
That's better than sequesterer.
It is. A sequesterer reminds me of that Kids in the Hall eradicator. But being a carbon sink, that makes it a
so why is it looking down
cycle
when I
shuffling of carbon throughout the earth, into the oceans, into the atmosphere, and
we looking at the
thermostat. Because like we were talking about, when all those plants came along in the Mississippian epoch of the Carboniferous period,
and I just delivered that transform
more carbon dioxide out of the air, which actually cooled global temperatures, right? So less carbon in the atmosphere equals lower temperatures. More carbon in the atmosphere equals higher temperatures. And so over time, as that carbon moves slowly from atmosphere into rock and then released again into the atmosphere, that just keeps temperatures stable generally globally within a range. And coal plays a big part of that. But we have radically accelerated the pace of release of that carbon from the carbon sink that is coal back into the atmosphere by digging it up and burning it, and not just speeding it up by setting it on fire rather than letting it erode naturally over time, but also just the massive amounts that we burn have had a terrible effect.
Well, yeah, I mean, you make a good point. This coal, like an earthquake, might push this coal seam above ground eventually, and that exposes it to the atmosphere, but it's still going to be releasing that CO2 very slowly because it's not on fire.
Right.
And the point you made was like there may be an unlucky thing, like lightning might hit it and light it on fire or something like that. But save that, or some human coming along and doing it. It is going to be a really slow sort of natural process, and you're not going to see these big spikes of CO2 being released.
Yeah, so a good point of reference is volcanoes are like the biggest emitter of carbon from the Earth back into the atmosphere. It literally melts rock that contains carbon, including coal, and shoots that out as like volcanic emissions back into the atmosphere. On a given year, volcanic activity releases between 130 and 380 million metric tons of carbon dioxide.
Okay.
On a given year, humans release 30 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere.
Holy cow.
So yeah, and coal is a big part of that. And it just kind of gives you an idea of like just how lopsided things are becoming. So hence we reach that point where global warming, even though it's hot or it's cold and there's freak weather and weird weather, and it's like, what does global warming even mean? We are contributing to global warming by releasing more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which warms the atmosphere, warms the surface of the oceans, which leads to ocean acidification, the sea levels rise, and a whole cascade of really unpleasant stuff is happening and is about to happen that we're all going to have to adapt to and get used to.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. We've never done one solely on climate change, have we?
I think we have.
Oh, have we?
I believe we have. Maybe global warming itself. I don't remember, but I feel like we have done.
All right, because I kind of thought that we had covered it pretty fully in bits and chunks in a lot of different episodes, which really sort of spells very clearly out that, there are so many reasons and there's so much history to it. Like, I mean, I guess we probably did cover it in one episode, but just the tendrils of climate change are so far reaching. Like it's not a surprise that it's made appearances in like dozens of our episodes.
For sure. But I think that's one of the things I like about our job is like, there's everybody knows
And why would I do that?
Contributes to climate change, but you and I have the opportunity to like kind of take it slow and slow things down and explain it in a little more detail, so that people who listen to us can be like, oh yes, that's true, and I know why,
Right.
I think that's neat. It's a very rewarding job that we have, Chuck.
It is. We're lucky.
I'm an idiot.
We are lucky. You got anything else?
I got nothing else. This was a fun one, kind of short and sweet, but dense like coal.
That's right. Well, if you want to know more about coal, there's a lot of stuff to read. A lot of stuff. Surprising amount of stuff on coal out there. And it's kind of fun. And since I said it's kind of fun, that means it's time for listener mail.
Perfect. Send a message to that.
This from an Aussie friend of ours. Hey, gents. Sending a hello all the way from Australia land. Like many of your listeners, I never really had a reason to write in other than to thank you guys until the other day, that is. Recently, in one of your new episodes, Josh made a point to clear any possible confusion about the way people should interpret the title of the show. He explained that he was unsure whether people should be, or would be saying it is stuff you should already know or cool stuff we think you should know. It's funny, we were just kind of talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
And with that out loud brain fart of an overthought, I finally had my reason to get in touch. It's like you were speaking to me and I didn't even know it. And here goes the explanation.
Okay.
Growing up in a home with a single mom and a protective one, there were a lot of very basic yet potentially dangerous things that I was not allowed to do or even learn how to do. The logic being, if I didn't know, I wouldn't try it and I wouldn't get hurt.
Need to slow down turning in the air.
Until I was an adult out in the real world with no idea how to use a can opener. So now there's me searching for a cool new podcast to listen to, and I see one called Stuff You Should Know. And swear to Steve Irwin, my first thought was, bloody hell, they might be able to teach me how to use a can opener.
Oh, wow, yeah, okay.
Of course, instead, what I found was an absolute behemoth of a discography with more amazing stories, topics, and jokes than I could ever have wished to hear about, or even if I lived to be 100. I've now listened to all the
Alright, let's start on.
through the week. I don't really need to be a listener mail.
See, this is what I need to
guys
do.
genuinely read these is amazing enough.
And just that the
Hope you guys
section.
and your families are well and staying safe. Keep it up, you bloody effing legends. Cheers. That is from Jackson.
I wish I could just that the deliver.
Yeah.
Nice. Thanks, Jackson. That was
Canberra?
Canberra.
Canberra?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I really brushed up before our Australian tour.
Yeah, nice work.
That was a great email, Jackson. Like one of the better ones we've ever gotten. So thank you very much for that. I think practice makes perfect with a can opener.
Okay.
I
nice
just,
for you to close that circle.
and I don't think I could explain it. No, I'm thinking of it, and I don't think I can. So just give it
Depends
a few
on the can
shots.
opener.
Yeah, you mean I have one that goes on the top, and it actually like breaks the seal
What's that?
between the top of the can and the actual can. And it took me several times. I think I actually went and looked it up online how to use that one because I'm like,
so
I
it
don't-
cuts
what
around
is
the
this?
side and takes the whole lid off?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen those. Those are good.
Yeah, I'd seen them too. I'd never tried to use one before, and it's not intuitive. So I guess
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, my advice, Jackson, is to just go look up a couple of how-to videos on the internet, and they will explain how can openers work. And that means by proxy, I've just explained how can openers work.
Or buy one of those great old school 70s pea green electric can openers and set it on your counter. Those are awesome.
Yeah, you want to talk about home defense. Just like keep a couple of those lids laying around. You can throw them like throwing stars at intruders.
Yeah, ninja stars. I knew that
Man,
was
those
coming.
things were dangerous. Is there anything in the 70s that wasn't dangerous?
I don't think so.
I don't either. Remember the strollers back then? Good Lord.
Sure.
Well, we could go on like this forever, but I can hear John Hodgman rolling over in his grave, and he's not even dead yet.
He'd pre-rolls though, just to get the practice in.
Right. So if you want to get in touch with us like Jackson did, you can send us an email to stuffpodcast@iheartradio.com.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
You do it all without breaking a sweat, and you do it all in style. That's why Infiniti fully reimagined the QX60 to help you take on everything with ease. A luxury SUV as functional as it is stylish, as versatile as it is serene. Available features like a panoramic moonroof, ample cargo space, and massaging front seats. Introducing the all-new 2022 Infiniti QX60, designed to help you take on life in style. Visit InfinityUSA.com to learn more. Now with extremely limited availability, contact your local retailer for inventory information. You do it all without breaking a sweat, and you do it all in style. That's why Infiniti fully reimagined the QX60 to help you take on everything with ease. A luxury SUV as functional as it is stylish, as versatile as it is serene. Available features like a panoramic moonroof, ample cargo space, and
Where's some sucker?
seats. Introducing the all-new 2022 Infiniti QX60, designed to help you take on life in style. Visit InfinityUSA.com to learn more. Now with extremely limited availability, contact your local retailer for inventory information. Hi friends, Chuck here with your Saturday Selects episode. This is a live one, live from the LA Podcast Festival in 2015. This is from November 18th, 2015, when we talked about comedy legend Rodney Dangerfield. This episode, everybody, is notable because this is where we met Mr. Kevin Pollak for the first time, when he jumped up on stage in the middle of our podcast to refill our water glasses that had become empty. And that's how we met Kevin. And now he's become a real pal. And he's a great guy and a good industry friend. And I just think the world of him. So support Kevin and the stuff that he does. He's in a lot of great movies and a lot of great TV shows right now. including one of my favorite shows on television called Better Things, where Kevin plays Pamela Adlon's brother, and the wonderful, wonderful show Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. And check out both of those if you haven't checked out Kevin's work before. And again, a long way of setting up the episode where we met Kevin when we talked all about how Rodney Dangerfield worked, live from the LA Podcast Fest.
Welcome to Stuff You Should Know, a production of iHeartRadio.
Hey, and hey, I guess I want to say hey and welcome to the podcast, but this is a little different because this is the intro to the podcast.
That's right. We recorded a live episode at the LA Podcast Festival.
Right.
And this is it.
Yeah, this is it. We did one on Rodney Dangerfield. It was September 19th, 2015.
Mm-hmm.
The Sofitel in Beverly Hills. Very chic.
Very chic.
And it was a lot of fun. So
Agreed.
We hope you guys have fun listening to it. How are you guys doing?
Why are not doing anything?
Coming to our show. We do this normally, but it's usually just two of us and Jerry sitting here on Facebook while we record.
Like eating miso soup.
Yeah. She loves miso soup. And then, we do live shows too, but normally there's like a gulf of a stage between us and like, you guys are right here. So we're watching you too, I guess is what I'm saying.
She's got on one of our shirts.
Nice shirt.
And she's the only one. Oh, I like that. They are, of course they are. It says, I listen to podcasts before cereal.
Burn.
Yeah. And on the back it says, but I love cereal.
Right. And we should also say hi to everybody in live stream.
Oh, yeah. Streaming folks, hello. And, of course, thanks to Audible and Squarespace. And the rest of those people don't sponsor us, so I don't feel like I need to mention anything.
Yeah. Does that count as a mid-roll ad?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
There's a guy with a sack of money waiting outside the door right now.
Mr. Monopoly's just hanging out outside. Okay, so what you got anything to start with?
I got nothing to start with. I usually don't drink this early in the day, but calm the nerves, and I felt it would be fitting as a tribute to our topic, which we're going to get into. So I decided to work up a heavy sweat.
Right.
Because Rodney Dangerfield is known for drinking and sweating.
Yeah. You're basically just missing the tie. You got everything else covered.
Thanks.
Are you guys familiar with one Mr. Rodney Dangerfield?
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. He's an increasingly underappreciated comedian. Like, I've talked to at least a couple people who've not seen Back to School.
Oh.
I know.
Right?
Boo. Hiss.
And I was actually talking to someone who works here at the festival who said, is he dead? And I said, yeah.
That happens a lot to that guy.
And she said, why don't I remember that? And I went, it's no respect.
No respect. That's the cool thing about the guy. Like, that was his whole shtick. That was his whole hook, right?
Well, we need to start in the traditional way, don't you?
Oh, okay. All right. You ready?
Oh, very nice.
Thank you. Hey, and welcome to the podcast. I'm Josh Clark. There's Charles W. Chuckers Bryant, and we are here at LA Podcast.
I don't understand that will learn yes now is behaving a really weird way, but
Is that better? You feel a little more? You guys happy with that too? Good. Okay. Well, now we have to start over. How many people have seen Back to School? Great start. So, as we were saying, the weird thing about Rodney Dangerfield is that he was his whole shtick about no respect was actually really, really close to accurate, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
And not just while he was growing up, he had a really tragic, terrible childhood, but also as he got older and older, and even after he blew up, people just kind of took what he was saying and ran with it. Like he had this one story where he opened a club, which we'll talk about, called Dangerfields. So it's very obviously his club. And he was on his way up to the stage. He'd just been like called up there. And on his way, some guy stops him and says, "Rodney, can I have your autograph? And can you also give me some more butter?" And like this happened to this guy quite a bit, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it does turn out that you will see, even after death, the guy got no respect. But as Chuck will assert later, I predict. He's a comedian's comedian and very actually well respected by the ones that count.
Sure. And I don't know if
Why is it shorter?
a lot of comedians,
It's the same exact point.
which is the reason a lot of them get into comedy, and a reason that many of them drink till they black out on many nights. Inner pain is no secret to the comedy world, but
Here's what I can do. I can do exactly the same.
depressed and sad as Rodney Dangerfield.
He was like a crying clown for real.
He was. He often talked about the heaviness he felt every day when he woke up. He said he would wake up and every day, and there it was, lingering above him was his heaviness.
With a capital H even.
Yeah, and if you ever want to go down a YouTube rat hole, just look up some interviews with the guy on YouTube.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And he does a lot of interviews with just like local TV stations promoting movies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And when he's out of his shtick element, it's one of the saddest things you've ever seen, man. It's really depressing. He just had this air about him. You could tell he had the weight of life on his shoulders, and it all pretty much stems from his awful, awful, awful childhood.
Right, his childhood. Isn't this hilarious so far, everybody? We should start at the beginning with him. He was born in 1921 on Long Island.
Yeah.
Not in Long Island, Chuck tells me. And he was born to a vaudevillian father who took off with one of Rodney's brothers to go hit the circuit. And that was that. Like I think he saw him like once or twice a year for a half hour, an hour, something like that.
Yeah, he said he saw his dad literally like twice a year growing up. And he was born Jacob Cohen. And his dad was a juggler and a comic who apparently hit the road because of his wife, who was, we were talking about what an awful person she was when we were going over this stuff.
Right.
And that she was, but the more I thought about it, she had a serious problem. It was, back in the 1920s, you didn't diagnose things like they do today.
Right, you just ran off to the vaudeville circuit.
Pretty much, but she was clearly depressed, like profoundly depressed, and sadly completely abandoned emotionally and neglected little Jacob. He was left on his own from the time he could remember. His mom literally never hugged him once, never kissed him once.
He swore up and down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And never complimented him or
More respect, I tell you.
She was a bad lady.
And starting probably around age 8 or something like that, he realized that if he was going to eat dinner on a regular basis, he was going to have to go get a job and go grocery shopping himself, right? So he basically raised himself starting about age 8 or so.
Yeah.
Speaking of groceries, one of the great things that stuck out to him about his childhood, he had to get a job, and after school job, he was still in school, and he lived in a fairly wealthy neighborhood, but he was not wealthy, so he used to deliver groceries to his classmates' homes.
Yeah.
Which is kind of demoralizing when you're like 10, and he also, while he was out there running around on the streets, he wrote an autobiography the year he died in 2004. And he called this chapter Male Prostitute.
Yeah.
Because he was like 10 and he was so unsupervised that there were apparently at least 1 or 2 local molesters that were like, "Hey, Rodney, come on up. I got a nickel for you."
Yeah.
And he swears up and down that it was just it was just kissing everybody. Don't worry. The child was just kissed by the grown man for a nickel. But it happened a lot, and he was doing it because he needed the money.
Yeah.
So anyway, Rodney Dangerfield. Let's fast forward out of this horrible, horrible funk.
And by the way, we're going to pepper in some of his best jokes here and there. And I debated on whether or not to try and do it as him, because it's hard.
I've already promised certain people here or there.
It's hard to do that. It's hard to tell a Rodney Dangerfield joke without kind of doing him. And I took a little informal poll last night with some folks, and they were like, "Yeah, you sort of have to."
Yeah, I think so.
It's not like it's a good impression, but.
Plus, it makes me delivering it my flat weirdo affect, where I'm not even trying it, all the weirder. So prepare for that too.
But one thing that he did, and that of course a lot of comics do, is they turn that pain into funny. And he really relied on his jokes as a way to. The only time he was happy was when he was on stage performing, and as soon as he left, that heaviness would come back. But he often joked about his mom. He would say, My mom never breastfed me. She told me she always thought of me as a friend.
That's a good
Which
one.
is a funny joke, but when you know the real pain behind it, it's just like the saddest thing you've ever heard. You
It
know?
takes a tad bit of the funniness away from it. I've got a good parent one. You ready?
Yeah.
So I remember the time, and this is my Rodney Dangerfield. I remember the time I was kidnapped. They sent a piece of my finger to my father. He said he wanted more proof. That probably did not happen, but it gets the point across, you know? And plus it's funny. And so if you're
I got
in...
one more parent joke.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I tell you, my parents hated me. My bath toys were a toaster and a radio.
Funny.
All right, that's going over better than I thought it would.
So
There it is.
So starting about age 15, he realizes he's actually kind of hilarious and that he has a talent for taking all of this horrible, tragic stuff and turning it into funny stuff. He started writing jokes, and he got good pretty quick. He started selling jokes age 15 or 16 to established comedians, right?
Yeah, and he kept them. He had this duffel bag. He would write jokes by hand his entire career and put them in this duffel bag. So he literally had a duffel bag full of like thousands and thousands of jokes.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, I think you said that during a typical performance later, like once he hit the big time, he would tell like over 300 jokes in a set.
Like 350.
Yeah.
Yeah, in an hour.
And granted, they're quick jokes, but
right.
still, it's
yeah,
amazing.
But he remembered them all, and he knew which ones fit best. Like, the guy was a comic genius. Hopefully that's coming across here, or will by the end of this, right? So he gets his big break at age 19. He's written jokes for a few years, and he's going to try this out. And he gets a job at a Catskills resort for $12 a week for 10 weeks, including room and board.
Yeah, think Dirty Dancing, that kind of scene.
Very much so, yeah. But he's like the up-and-coming comic on stage, right? Have you guys ever seen Iron Man meets Dirty Dancing, that mashup? No? Go check it out, actually. It is so bizarre. It's one of the better things you'll ever see. That has nothing to do with Rodney Dangerfield. That was just an add-on, basically. But so he's working. He's working hard. The stint in the Catskills, like, I don't think he gets re-up, but he keeps going back to the Catskills. It's one of his regular gigs. But on the side, while he's working, he's a singing waiter at the Polish Falcons nightclub where Lenny Bruce's mom was the MC. He was an acrobatic diver.
Right. But I know what you're all thinking. Triple Indy. No, he did not do the Triple Indy in the movie, obviously.
For those of you who have not seen Back to School, that was an in-joke.
Yeah. He was a diver in the movie, a competitive diver.
Yeah. Well, I was going to punish them for not having seen it.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I was trying to drive home a point.
So in 1951, he gets married for the first time to a jazz singer named Joyce Indig. And he had a couple of kids and moved to New Jersey, which we all know is the death knell for any comedian trying to work in New York. Kind of means you've given up. But he didn't give up just yet.
He did for a minute, for sure.
Yeah, not at that point, though. He was still trying to work. But when he turned 27,
all right, time to buy here,
did not perform from the age of 28 to 41. And at 41,
time is my here,
again.
Right. Well, he and his wife divorced, so he's like, I've got a little more time. I think I'm going to go try comedy again. And they actually got back together like the next year and stayed married for another 10 years or something like that. But this time around, he was like, let me see if I can figure out how to balance home life with this. I'm trying to break into comedy, right?
Yeah, and let me try and develop an act. I think the first time he floundered because he didn't know what kind of comedian he wanted to be. He tried singing, he tried impressions, he even tried prop comedy for a little while.
But he also, and he had these jokes about how much his life sucked. Like, he used some of these same jokes his whole life, but they just didn't hang on him quite right because he had his whole life ahead of him and he was young and full of promise. That second time around, he was right there.
Yes, so I'm going to push this to get
a
up.
little desperate, kind of sweaty, and these jokes about how bad his life. These jokes about how bad his life was going, like really just kind of hit a lot more. He adopted a persona basically, and that definitely helped.
Yeah, it was sort of him, but it was also a character. And when I was researching this, I was kind of thinking about you don't see a lot of character comedians anymore.
No.
Like that was the sort of the heyday with like Andrew Dice Clay and Rodney Dangerfield and Emo Phillips and it seemed like there were a lot of characters, but now now it's just like, look at this thing that happened to my life and how funny it is. Look at all these witty observations
Chuck Travolta
about my life. I'd like to see some good character comedians come back.
Yeah, I can't think of a
Are there
single
any
one.
out there? I guess Brent Weinbach, that's kind of a character,
Oh, wait,
right?
wait. What about like Larry the Cable Guy? He's total. I assume he's a character.
No, that is a
right?
character because
Yeah,
he started
okay.
out as a completely different kind of comedian.
Oh, yeah.
And
he
then
did.
adopted that persona.
Yeah.
But I don't count him as a comedian, so. He's not watching, don't worry.
No, he's not.
He's writing bad jokes.
I'm going to start a flame war with Larry the Cable Guy.
I'll totally take him up on that flame war. Although he could squash me with his sacks of money. So he adopts his character. He changes his name legally at this point to Jack Roy, which
I think that I need to put those on top of my screen.
Phil Roy.
Now they should be good.
to Jack Roy.
Did they
His
were
real name till the day he died. And he was performing under that name for a while until he tried this second go and decided, I don't want anyone to remember Jack Roy. So he told this guy that was booking him at a club in Manhattan, could you just make up a name for me and put that on the well, I guess it wasn't a marquee, but on the playbill.
Yeah, or in any ad they took out.
Yeah.
So the guy,
Oh, yeah,
who ran
baby.
this place, the Inwood Lounge, I think, came up with Rodney Dangerfield, right? But the weird thing is, he had actually lifted the name from a Jack Benny character. Like there was an original Rodney Dangerfield, and it wasn't Rodney Dangerfield, right?
Isn't that
This is
weird?
The giant twist of the podcast. It's all downhill from here. So the Jack Benny came up with this character,
Frank, you're my boy.
maybe or something like that.
Yeah.
Of this grade Z Western hero named Rodney Dangerfield.
I got it all on this up, so I just need to make her all feel better.
That Rodney Dangerfield had no idea about this, so he's walking around like using this name for years.
Yeah.
And apparently he met Johnny Carson once at one of his shows, and Johnny Carson was like, "You know where your name came from, right?" And he
We
said,
got a
"No."
subscriber
What are
today.
you talking about?
Yeah, he explained that
I mean-
anything, and later on he.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Benny wasn't like mad or anything. He actually said,
A
"I love
follower.
what you did with the character, and you really, you did it just right. So no harm, no foul."
Yeah.
It's
They
all
hugged it
good.
out from that very famously.
How to make you go to the other great Build-A-Figure.
All new, fully reimagined 2022.
What is that? What is that? A peep, let's be spirit.
SUV designed to help you take on life in style and to help you take on everything.
And
with
you
ease.
see,
Next to your home, your vehicle is one of the places you spend most of your life. Sometimes driving can be relaxing, but sometimes not so much. Maybe you commute to work, you have family members that need to be taken to appointments, sports practice, of course, jobs. These things are all important to us, but the journey itself can be peaceful or it can
only 3 more to halfway there.
Whether you drive mostly in the city, the highway, or the mountains, you never really know what the next trip is going to throw at you. You could be on your way to the kids' orchestra recital and find yourself stuck in mind-numbing traffic halfway there. Or maybe you have back-to-back conference calls on your way to the office, and staying connected is paramount.
Infiniti created the all-new 2022 QX60 to do 2 things exceptionally well. It helps you conquer whatever life throws your way, and it makes your time on the road feel pleasant and luxurious. It's got the right premium features so that getting places is no longer such a big deal. It might even take some stressors and annoyances off the table entirely.
Yeah, like sometimes that one-on-one with the client turns into a full team meeting with no notice beforehand. Well, with 3 rows of leather-appointed seating and a panoramic moonroof, you and your colleagues will get there in style. It's your call who gets to enjoy the available massaging seats in the front, though.
And a one-touch
About
second
it,
makes it easy to get into the 3rd row.
Oh, you want
Someone
the mile.
themselves in the face by accident. And there's even a special air purifying system that helps reduce odors, allergens, and particulates.
Yep, the fully reimagined QX60 has tons of available features, including that panoramic moonroof, massaging front seats, and of course, ample cargo space to handle your hauls with ease. So go check out the all-new, fully reimagined 2022 Infiniti QX60 at InfinityUSA.com. Now with
Yeah, wait, the night.
contact your local retailer for inventory information.
So on the second go round, he was making a living, doing okay, but he got his real big break in 1967 with Ed Sullivan. He couldn't get booked on Ed Sullivan, but at the time they would book other comedians for the run-throughs as like just placeholders for dress rehearsal, basically. And so he got a spot.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Apparently did so well in dress rehearsal that Ed Sullivan, took note on the side of the stage, which means he went like this. You're funny.
Right.
That was how you knew Ed Sullivan thought you were funny, as if he just told you.
Bring him to me.
Hey, that's
Thank
pretty
you.
good.
Thanks, guys. It works for Nixon too. You can do that.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Nixon.
So,
and actually, that was the result of a huge long shot. He told his
Yeah.
agent, like, just get me on Ed Sullivan, and it panned out very well. He ended up being on Ed Sullivan like 17 times or something like that, and it led to all these other late night appearances. He was on Carson, like I think a record.
I've only got 64. I think 64.
Yeah.
Merv Griffin, Dino, like all the dudes who were running late night and basically were the tastemakers for all of the comedians were suddenly promoting the sweaty, weird, coked up pothead booze hound.
Huge pothead,
named
by the way.
Rodney Dangerfield, right? And
Yeah.
he took it and ran with it. Like right when he hit in 1967, he got to work.
I only got 64, 69 for 20
His biography was going to be my love affair with marijuana.
Yeah.
And he was serious. He wanted to call it that because he smoked pot, he said, for 60 something years. But up until the day he died, literally.
I think from like 21 on.
Do I say for 20 right?
Hospital, because he had an early medical marijuana exemption long before anyone even knew what that was.
Like he just wrote his own. No one even knew what that was. But if he flashed it in your face, you didn't ask questions.
So he got his big break. Actually, Carson had blackballed him for a while because he accused Carson in a letter of stealing, or one of his writers of stealing one of his jokes.
Oh, wow.
Long time until they eventually met and worked it out.
You're so fucking weak.
The biggest fan ever. And if you want to enjoy yourself at home on the YouTubes, just
Let
look
the
up
dog shit.
Carson on Rodney Dangerfield on Carson. There's a lot of clips where, Carson was just like the ultimate.
Friends of mine injected 330 pounds of
Yeah, and he would laugh until he was crying.
Oh yeah, it was great.
Because he couldn't believe that Dangerfield was getting away
Three
with
dirty balls
what
of-
he was saying on TV on Carson's own show.
So he's married, he's working a lot, and he decides that he doesn't
Now he has
want
hepatitis.
what happened to his own kids, what happened to him, which was to be neglected. So he said, you know what I'm going to do?
Type 420.
No one's ever done this. I'm going to borrow a bunch of money.
$250,000.
And I'm going to open my own comedy club
What's
in New
this?
York City so I can stay home with my children, Brian and Melanie, I think.
Right, and it's not like he had any money right then, like this was a huge, huge risk
Yeah,
for him.
he was doing okay, but he had to borrow all
Yeah,
that.
not that okay,
Yeah.
right? So everybody tries to talk him out of it. He goes ahead with it, and it's such a success. He has the loan paid off in like 18 months. Just a huge success. And this club actually became venerable in its own right.
Yeah, it's still there today, right? Dangerfield's in New York.
Yep, and it had this HBO special that it broadcast out of, and
Hey, where my cashier go?
breaks on that show, like Seinfeld, Chris Rock, I think.
Yeah, Jim Carrey, what's his face, Saget.
Jeff Foxworthy.
Yeah.
A lot of Jeff Foxworthy fans in the room.
Rita Rudner, of course, Sam Kinison. He completely made Sam Kinison's career. And that was what and that's why comedians love him so much, because it meant more to him to play father to these young comics and to give them their start than almost anything else. That was sort of his life's goal, was to seek out talent that he thought was original and really kind of boost them up.
He was a huge Freudian.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole father-son thing, and
I wonder why.
Yeah. So, Chuck, where are we at?
We are at Dangerfields. It is 1980.
Where my cashier go? I didn't say cashier. My cashier go.
I should start making movies because, he made a few movies before that, but nothing that anyone would know.
So is this a major or what? But if I don't got it on my screen. Post that guy music video.
Stone. Fuck, man. Ah, shit, nigga. Hella motherfucking 666 odd future, man.
Well, I don't think they can say that. Is this the guy singing?
Bro, check this out, my
So you can sell
666 or 20. Holla holla get dollars, smoke weed every day. Cash, fucking, marijuana cigarettes. Gangsta, easy E. Cream. So baked off of Bob Marley ganja 420 shit. Pure OG kush. Legalized crystal fucking weed.
come on the war on drugs is a failure. Legalize crystal fucking weed. The problem.
Weed.
Was a bit. That's a really bad hip-hop beat song that they changed it. What version of Unity that I used? Copy. You know, this game that we're getting started reminds me of this old game I used to play where there was like 3 characters and it was a and there's also like a free version. The ninja. What's the name of that song? Her game. Green guy had 2 X's and there's like a blue guy that had swords. The name of that game. Yeah, that is PPP and it has 3 Yeah, it's older. It was on IJJI back in the day when like it was around. It was a really fun game. I think of the Japanese game. Sim. Do you have like a no, that's not it. It had like a tell me it. Like it, tell me it, guys. No. No, it's not yet me, real. Hey, I let me go, Chelsea Hill now. Let me go.
Hello.
Hey,
What's up?
you were live on the AI, by the way.
Live and in charge.
Remember the name of this game.
Who's IJJI?
Yeah, I think it was a D or one of those.
Arena.
Remember you slid around a lot and live you survival
That
project.
wasn't IJJI. That was Starlight or something like that.
Yeah, there's a guy at Yavis it. Do they still have it somewhere? I won't be fun to
Yeah,
play.
they have it. It's fan server and stuff that they use as the. I can't speak right now.
Yeah, it's called survival project.
This game. I actually downloaded it like a year ago and played a little bit of it.
But what gameplay of it?
The problem was it had a bunch of hackers.
Of course, all those games did.
This game was kind of ahead of its time. It was a Korean game.
How is it your evening game with my shit? Oh yeah, I like playing as Metro on the Peru. I can remember that.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I kind of was a molecule, but you told it was lying in flesh and... Yeah, the guy that played as him to and there's some higher guy. Oh yeah, I had bought fucking music to fucking danger. Hell yeah. See how slippery are you? I think Chelsea wants to play too, so we can all download it and get the fan-made servers working. Survival project onward. It was there a sequel? I think there's a sequel. Two 52626 14 Jumbo Jealous is a clusterfuck. Go to the white guy first.
I'll be right back.
Oh yeah.
I got somebody that's calling me.
Alright, you can hang up if you want, and I'm able to get off probably.
I can see it.
Why can't you come over to Twitter, YouTube, like you got to show you it. Alright, you can see my screen. Inside right.
Actually,
Are you going to phone
they
call?
stopped calling me.
Oh yeah.
They said they have to go somewhere.
So I got Linus then set up right. This is a game here angle right now, so it way. It's got where yes depend on shooting out, and then if you just hold if you forward W. And then the space bar makes you jump. I haven't moved with there.
It's really good.
And it's going alright. Too bad I mean bounce you in there a way to make changes like a breeze of light object to make it bounce you.
Whatever, like gravity.
Yes. Alarm once again.
It's in its rigid body.
It's fine, it's material, that's what it is. Bouncy ball. And then you get. I'm just screaming around right now, really. See, I hear you can change the friction to be material in this.
Oh, I've never used that.
And then you get. How do you end up? Hey, and I'm doing a component. What's up?
Bitcoin tanked.
Bitcoin?
Yeah, and Dogecoin and all these other coins.
Yeah.
I forgot you were streaming for a second.
It sounds like you were talking to Tom right now, so. Hey, Green House, does it sound like the conversation is followable? I think I can just let the opponent bounce.
He said nope.
No. Yes. Oh, minus. Yeah, I got to slow down how fast or I can just set it up properly.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I got to still fix that.
Here, let me ask you a question. What color is Tom?
Off-white.
That's true.
Alright, underneath the calendar. And you read the calendar. Already have one.
I've been trying to find some like voxel plugins, but there aren't too many. So I'm thinking I'm gonna use a different program.
What do you mean?
For making voxel art, stuff like that.
Well, my bouncing is good. 5. I think I had turned the mess down. I didn't realize it was going to be difficult. At best point 001, let's do mental habits. There's more and there's a whole lot more that you could do. There we go.
What's going on?
Bouncing, bouncing all over the place. Hey, get over here.
Let's keep that in the game.
Get over here, hey. I think it's a perpetually bouncing.
Gravity on it.
Yeah, I think it.
Ooh.
Sorry, in gross because if I follow it with my drive, that should work. Guy is interesting because you can turn in the AI. So when you're going to say when you line up you at your mommy and you see that so I don't know there's some parameters that they're going to have to turn it on so I can change the way you run it something be a little bit slower. Yeah, if it said if there's words that are mispronounced, I got to fix that. I'm learning.
Robot would say.
R.
AR.
R.
Family members that
haven't even looked at my stream today. Hey, let me turn off my desktop audio real quick. What day is Inception? What day is it? Say, I got to pay attention to the pronunciation and really pay attention to my speech. Pronunciation. The pictures are really funny. Watch this. Ho 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 he he he. There's another one I have in line, yeah. Yeah. Ho 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 he he. Sounds like a printer. Yeah, go like beep 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 beep. Beep boop beep boop. I'm a fucking robot, yo. Yo, Mr. White. Let's cook some meat, Mr. White. Sound like you started speaking Russian. Probably. What? That's my Mario personage. Yeah, to pick up some of it, it's a me Mario. You tell me you Mario. Allowing Mario forever. Why giant Mario forever? Will White. What the fuck? How did Walter White a rap name? Big boy, big boy, big boy. Fuck your life. Big boy, fuck your life. Well, if it's not English, is going to have a hard time. I can say like a Morris Despendable. I joined an Apex game at speaking English. I start speaking Spanish. So I just spoke to him in Spanish for the Sunday man. Alrighty, have fun. Yeah, you can. There's assets we need, you can see already. If you want to keep this, I don't know how you want to do it. I think I pushed it. Folder for you to work and we're going to get you. Yeah, you got all the files on there. Should. And it looks like it doesn't have it all, and it looks like I might have done the fuck. One sec. Gold Explorer. Yeah, I don't know why I did this, it just made it all outside of it, my bad. Sorry, I'm moving it, give it a sec. I got lots out of Unity. You have your animated one. Cool. I think I might have screwed this up. What's the one? What's the one? Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't know what it is, man. Don't test me. Oh yeah, I fucked up. It's not a thing, you let me close it right now. And I'm worried that it's going to screw up the project. Oh my god. No, that's going to ruin. And that's... Yeah, 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 yeah. And if I killed in the apex and ended up in somebody like that, I think that they would get so pissed up. They have no if I got like a 3 years. Shit. Yeah, fuck it up. Editor version not installed. What's... Here I it's all meaning now. See if it's screwed up. Oh yeah, that's not a problem. Let me go now, put everything in. Open. There we go, there we go. Are about pushing just a second. Come into bed. Come into your bed. I was taking you in a while to come in, but it's going. Oh, I got to do music getting more. cancel it. I copy the one from earlier. Here we go. Face. Mary. What you are you in? Alright, time to log off the stream. It's got to go anyway. I'll see you later. Bye bye baby. Ho ho ho. Yeah 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 yeah.